Taylor Swift story. She was unexpectedly delighted when her boyfriend, Travis, organized a surprise party on Wednesday night to celebrate the wrap-up of her Eras tour. Thinking she was heading to a quiet dinner, Swift walked into a massive celebration filled with friends, family, and themed decorations reflecting her tour's various stages. The party.
That's why he wasn't at Christmas Miracle yesterday?
Yeah.
I was surprised to get the invite.
The party, documented by Swift's friend Ashley Avignon on Instagram, showed Swift joyfully mingling and taking photos with guests, including the Hyam sisters and Patrick and Brittany Mahomes, who embraced the theme by dressing as Tavis. The event, meticulously planned by Kelsey, featured guests dressed in iconic Taylor Swift looks from the Eras tour. Kelsey himself revisited the tuxedo he wore during Taylor's London tour stop.
He looked very dapper. Kathy, now with all this going on, and you see something like this, so that's pretty cute. I thought it was delightful that he did this. What is the likelihood of marriage now? What are the odds of marriage occurring?
What, because of the party?
Yeah. Do you think it's an ineluctable fact that they will get married?
I still have high hopes for this. I know I said that from the
that
beginning.
way.
I thought that they were going to.
Yeah.
I'm still
I think
with that
it's
same
actually
decision.
more so now than ever. You know,
Yeah,
I'm seeing a
okay.
lot. Yeah.
How long have they been together now?
7 hours.
No, at least a year.
About a year, yeah.
Yeah, so
Last football season was when she started showing up at the games, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Kind of mid-season.
Yeah, and there was
Okay.
speculation because they were walking out of the locker room together, you remember, and they were holding hands, and everybody's like, oh, I guess they are together. And
So-
all those rumors happened before that.
they still seem to be in the honeymoon phase.
Seems to
so,
be.
Yeah, it looks good. I think it looks really good, actually. So there were specialty cocktail menu inspired items by her Bejeweled music video.
This is tasty.
Swift was dressed in a black Balmain dress and wearing $36,000 earrings.
Oh,
my God.
cute.
Spent the night dancing and enjoying the company of loved ones, including Kelsey's mother, Donna. Fans online have since been buzzing about every detail of the party.
Just real quick, my wife and I were going through some jewelry yesterday, and she saw something on television. She's like, do you know how much that costs? This was a Tiffany bracelet. And Kathy, there's a kind of diamond style called pave diamonds. I didn't know about that until yesterday. Anyway, Andrea goes, how much do you think that costs? And I was like, I don't know, like $14,000, $15,000, because it was Tiffany.
Yeah.
I figured it was high. And she's like, add a zero and $26,000. It was $160,000 for a bracelet.
Yeah.
And I was
Sorry,
like,
man.
you could buy a condo.
Wait, so real quick story about one, these expensive items. I was at the King of Prussia Mall, and it was in that whole area, and I quickly wanted to go into a store just to see if they had this necklace. I've been seeing it's popping up all over the place, and I kind of want it. So I was like, how much is it? Let me just ask them. I had my niece with me. We had like Chick-fil-A lemonade in our hand, and there was somebody standing at the door, so I wanted to show a picture and just go, do you have this in here? Like, I wasn't going to go in right then.
Where's my spray bottle? Get away.
But the guy goes, oh God, he goes, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'm just the security guard. So then he was like, go ahead, go in. Again, the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, you walking in with your-
lemonade,
Listen, I have a question. This necklace. Do you have that?
And my niece is putting her hands that she just ate chicken fingers with all over the.
Get away. Don't touch it.
I was like, okay, thank you. We'll come back.
Bye.
Kathy, that show that we watched with Liev Schreiber and Nicole Kidman, with the ultra-rich couple on Nantucket or whatever. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a bracelet that
Perfect
comes into
couple.
play. Yeah, perfect couple. There's a bracelet that comes into play. And this thing is it's priced at like $150,000, and it's tiny. It looks like nothing.
Yeah, right.
And I'm like, yeah. I don't know. Whatever. It comes with a name on it. It gets the treatment.
That's what you get. Yeah.
So, speaking of Taylor Swift and six figures, Nikki Glazer revealed that she spent close to $100,000 attending 22 of Taylor Swift's Eras Tour shows over the past 2 years.
She's a massive fan.
She said, I want to be clear, that includes travel, hotels, ticket, merch, and flying out friends I invited. She called the cost all well worth it, reflecting on Swift's record-breaking $2 billion in ticket sales. She said, I could see my own money in that number and think, yep, there it is. Glazer justified the splurge by comparing it to the cost of raising a child, saying people spend this much on kids' hockey and dance lessons. I don't have kids, so this is my joy. Despite some criticism, Glazer stands by her decision. She said, people shame me for spending money on Taylor Swift shows, but no one criticizes parents for spending on their kids. It fills my life with so much joy, she said. What's that?
No, she's right.
Yeah.
She said it fills her life with so much joy. Good, then yes, go ahead.
She's got it, and
we love
spend
her,
it
man.
on that.
She's awesome.
Yep, so good for her. All right, Real Housewives of Atlanta star Peter Thomas is headed to prison. Thomas,
Yay!
who appeared on the show alongside then-wife Cynthia Bailey, has been sentenced to 18 months after pleading guilty to failing to pay his taxes. Once he's out, Thomas will be on 2 years of supervised release. He's also been ordered to pay $2.5 million back to the IRS. He admitted his wrongdoing on social media, advising young business owners to, quote, please learn from his mistake.
I wonder what he did, because there are all sorts of tax companies that will help you reconcile your tax debt. So, but there are specific cases in which you can't do that. And I wonder exactly what he did.
Oh, you mean what he's going to do now, or what he did?
How he ended up going to jail. You figured he'd have advisors that might be able to help him out. So I don't know. Maybe.
Well, sure, but it's $2.5 million.
Yeah.
So he didn't. There's a lot he didn't pay. So
Yeah, but he pled guilty, Steve, so it's 2 years of supervised release.
All right.
So, it's a slap on the wrist as far as jail time goes, but yeah, that's serious fines.
As long as you can still go to the Taylor Swift birthday party.
Danny Masterson is appealing his rape conviction. He's been behind bars since he was found guilty of raping 2 women since September 2023. This week, his legal team filed to overturn his conviction on the grounds that one, the trial was rife with erroneous judicial rulings that skewed the jury's view of the evidence against him, and 2, there was a stunning amount of exculpatory evidence which was never presented to the jury. They also...
I just wanted to give a call if you need a character witness.
No.
They also insist more filings are on the way, citing what they call additional defects in the trial process, while adding, stay tuned as we work toward Danny's complete exoneration. Kelly Clarkson, is she casting a little bit of not-so-subtle shade at her ex-husband? She released an official album visualizer for her upcoming album when Christmas comes around again. And in the video, 4 stockings are hung over the fireplace. First one reads, Mom. There are 2 more for the kids that she shares with her ex-manager and husband, Brandon Blackstock, which is River and Remy. And then the 4th stocking, which would theoretically belong to the father figure in this scenario, simply reads, Nope. So she was throwing a little
There's also
obvious.
a song on the album that is supposedly directed at him. The title is "Eat the Corn Out of My Crap, You Chud Licker."
Whoa.
Wow. Okay, another subtle jab,
yeah.
if you will.
Subtle.
So the first trailer for James Gunn's Superman movie is dropped, running just over 2 minutes long. The trailer is short on words, but heavy on emotion, and filled to the brim with Easter eggs for casual fans and comic book nerds alike.
I watched it about 100 times.
Yeah, it looks cool.
I loved it. I was tearing up. I'm like, yes, cannot wait.
We get a first look at David Cornsweet as the new Man of Steel and Clark Kent, Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane, Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, and we also get our first look at Superman's superpowered dog Krypto.
Love it.
Also the Fortress of Solitude and the Daily Planet. But we're not done because a first look also gave fan favorite DC characters in there a little glimpse, including Edie Gathegi as Mr. Terrific.
Yes.
Nathan Fillion rocking a bowl cut as Green Lantern member Guy Gardner, and Isabella Merced as Hawk Girl, Anthony Kerrigan as Metamorpho, and a bunch more. Superman will hit theaters on July 11th.
You know what I loved
next
about
year.
it, Steve, is the theme is like the John Williams theme, but with an electric guitar.
Starts with an electric guitar and then
Yeah.
builds to an orchestral thing. That alone had me tearing up.
Yeah.
But Cornsweet, a local guy.
Yeah.
He looks terrific.
Local guy from where?
He's from here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's Frank Grillo playing? He's the second one underneath.
Rick Flag Sr.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked at the cast. I'm not really sure, Case. So, but there's a lot of people in there. So, yeah, we'll get a look at that next year.
I was a massive Krypto fan as a kid. Obviously, Batman's my guy, but I always have loved Superman. I love the iconic imagery of him. Starting off the trailer with him, obviously, again, he had appears to have gotten his ass kicked.
Yep.
But crypto comes to the rescue. Love it.
Steve, I watched it as well, and I was excited, but I also got a little bit scared because there were so many people in it. Do you know what I mean?
Here's the deal. We we don't need an origin story for Superman.
Right.
Let's take a dive into the world where he has all of these other super beings that are around that he's handling and working with. He is the creme de la creme. So, yeah, everything that I'm seeing works. And, I always say this. Think of what James Gunn has James Gunn delivered one of the most emotional moments, I think, in comic book film history. The funeral in Guardians 2 is one of the most beautiful scenes. So he knows how to tug at the heartstrings. He knows how to get those iconic images up on the screen. So I'm looking forward to it.
In Guardians 1, where he, what's his face?
Star-Lord?
Star-Lord is a
man.
kid and is with his mom in the beginning.
God. That's
I was
the
like,
first
oh my
few minutes.
God, it set the tone. I'm like, this movie's going to be really sad. It turned out to be hilarious and poignant. So, we'll see what he does with this. 28 years later is set to hit theaters in June next year, and it comes roughly 18 years after 28 weeks later came out back in 2007. And fans of the franchise won't have to wait as long for a sequel to 28 years later. It's been announced that it's already getting a sequel. It hasn't even come out yet.
Yeah.
It's going to be called The Bone Temple, and is set to come out, in January of 2026, roughly 6 months after 28 years
That's
later.
what I call my underwear.
The sequel was shot back to back, and it helped shorten the release window, apparently, and plot details for the sequel are under wraps right now, which makes sense considering 28 years later hasn't even come out. So.
I enjoyed the first two movies quite a lot. The second one, a lot of people forget, Jeremy Renner's in that movie. Yeah.
All right, let me see. Got time for one more story, and then we'll wrap this up. Let us end with this one. Kenan Thompson and Kevin Hart are teaming up to cover what happened in 2024 with a special called 2024 Back That Year Up. The special is going to look at all the biggest events of the year and include interviews with celebrities, sketches, and more. And Hart said in a statement to make room for 2025, everything from 2024 must go.
And he's supposedly, Casey's going to cover the not coming out to the Camp Out for Hunger.
Oh, is he? Okay.
This is the third year that Hart and Thompson have teamed up to take a look back at the past year. 2024 Back That Year Up streams on Peacock, and that will be on December 23rd. All right, we got some movies opening this weekend. All right, Mufasa is one we're going to start with. Kids Adventure animation starring Aaron Pierce, Kelvin Harrison, and Tiffany Boone. And told in flashbacks, the story introduces Mufasa as an orphaned cub, lost and alone until he meets a sympathetic lion named Taka, the heir to a royal bloodline. And the chance meeting sets in motion an expansive journey of an extraordinary group of misfits searching for their destiny, and their bonds will be tested as they work together to evade a threatening and deadly foe. 2 hours long, PG, and Rotten Tomatoes score at 56%.
They said one thing they did with this one, remember the first one, which is they called them like live action, but they're all CGI.
Yeah, and it was all lifeless, man.
Right. So what they did is they have expressions now on the animals' faces because in an animated movie, the bear or the lion can smile or raise its eyebrows, and they added that.
Even in the commercials, though, it looks weird and not great. Like there's nothing about any of these ads that is compelling me to go to the theater to see this.
They say this one is sort of it's sort of like unnecessary.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly would have probably, because when I saw this, I was like, you could have just made this animated, and I probably would have enjoyed it more.
Yeah.
And
put it on Disney Plus. Like, it doesn't even have to go to the theaters. You can watch it at home.
All right, also opening Sonic the Hedgehog 3, comedy adventure animated fantasy starring Jim Carrey, Ben Schwartz, James Marsden. Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails reunite against a powerful new adversary, Shadow, a mysterious villain with powers unlike anything that they have faced before. With their abilities outmatched in every way, Team Sonic must seek out an unlikely alliance in hopes of stopping Shadow and protecting the planet. It's an hour and 49 minutes long. It's rated PG. It's a wide theater release. Rotten Tomato score, 87%.
Nice.
So-
And they hooked us up with a massive prize yesterday at the Christmas
They
Miracle.
did. Very cool. Yeah.
All right, and the final movie opening this weekend is The Brutalist. It's a drama starring Adrian Brody, Felicity Jones, and Guy Pearce. Escaping post-war Europe, visionary architect Laszlo Toth arrives in America to rebuild his life, his work, and his marriage to his wife, Erzbet, after being forced apart during wartime by shifting borders and regimes. On his own, in a strange new country, Laszlo settles in Pennsylvania, where the wealthy and prominent industrialist Harrison Lee Van Buren recognizes his talent for building, but power and legacy come at a heavy cost. 3 hours and 35 minutes long.
Yeah.
It's rated R, and it gets a 97% score.
So
on
interesting
Tomatoes.
note about this movie. I believe it actually takes place for a large portion of the movie in Philadelphia. To get that time period of Philadelphia, to get it to look the way they wanted to, they actually went and shot in Hungary, parts of Hungary that looked a lot like Philadelphia
At
at the
that
time. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, we got clips to play. How about this? Josh Groban.
Yes.
Josh Groban and friends go home for the holidays, focuses on festive performances and connecting families with children in need. In this clip, Josh shares his favorite versions of the song Oh Holy Night.
I love Nat King Cole. I love Celine's version. I love any of the great operatic tenors. Whenever I've heard someone like Pavarotti do it or Placido Domingo, whenever I hear a real singer, that moment at the end, you just want your hair to blow back.
Shut the f*** up!
Of course. Josh Groban and friends go home for the holidays.
You know who would have fun with all of this?
Tonight at 9 on CBS.
Josh Groban.
He
Yes.
would.
Yeah, he would.
You know, and funny, I have to get a clip of the Hanukkah movie that Mark Summers did and somehow pop that in.
Yeah. All right, next clip. Here we go. So it's been 1 year, 6 months, and 19 days since last episode Ted Lasso aired. But we still try to live by the show's positive mantra every day. In this clip, Hannah Waddingham reflects back on her Christmas karaoke scene.
When Jason asked me to sing as Rebecca, I said, well, hold on, but Rebecca isn't a singer per se. She is somebody who loves to get up and do karaoke. So I needed to make sure that I didn't do anything overtly professional or showy off, whatever. If you see when I'm singing Let It Go for karaoke, I made it purposely look like more of an effort than if you see how I sing.
She's a great singer. She did a Christmas special.
I loved it.
It was excellent.
I loved it. It was a big, showy production with most of the cast of Ted Lasso showing up in cameos.
They did little cutaway scenes and stuff. It was a lot of fun.
And she can perform.
Agreed. Ted Lasso season 4 begins filming on January 6th. So that's exciting stuff. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the entertainment report for you this morning. Justin Guarini is stopping by today. He's going to sing. Going to get some holiday live music. We've been on a live music tear lately.
Well,
4 days in a row
top
this week.
vocalists are drawn to top vocalists, and we are.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So Justin is going to come by and sing this morning. We're going to have Ari Spears in the studio. Always great to talk to him. He's at Helium Comedy Club and more. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. I guess we're going to have to do the Connoisseur, right?
We have no option.
And we got to do some giveaways in conjunction with that. And we're going to try something else out, I think. I'll tell you guys about that in a moment. We'll come back in a second. Stay with us, all right?
I'm waiting.
He's yelling over her. Yeah, she's on the way down.
Right here.
The Preston and Steve studio is the arena where the invincible men of Chi cooking skills await their challenge. Using all their senses, skills, creativity, and succulent delights such as ramen noodles, canned chicken, and Doritos, the Iron Chi chefs will prepare new, original Chi never tasted before. Reputations are on the line in the Preston and Steve studio, where the Chi chefs pit their garbage bag creations against one another. What inspiration do our challengers bring? The heat is on. Who will be the Iron Chi chef?
Wow. All right.
Love it.
And by the way, the winner of the competition will get the coveted Golden Shiv Award. That is correct. Which we have in the corner. Now, to paint the picture, our studio has been completely done up to mimic a prison. So we actually have bars on the windows. We have our various cell blocks, which are numbered and lettered. And we also have what you can and cannot do. There are some rules on the walls as well. In fact, it says privileges. You are entitled to food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. Anything else that you get is a privilege.
Yes.
And we also have our prison commissary set up, which is being guarded by a full-size Hannibal Lecter statue that we have in the corner. And he is holding the Golden Shiv Award.
Yes.
And listen, guys, just to be nice, we're also going to throw in a couple of other things. We have some toilet wine that we have over there in the corner. We have an actual toilet in the corner with a jug of wine in it. You'll win that too. And we'll also give you a $100 Visa gift card. Hey! So we have our three judges. We have Nick, Michael, and Joe. Let's now meet our contestants this morning, okay? And their intros are short as well. Let's welcome Iron Chi-Chi Tim to the program. Tim.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, Tim?
Good. How are you?
Very, very good. Now, we're not going to go into the specifics of everybody's background and how they ended up, where they ended up, but how long were you incarcerated?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, so a little bit of time, not a whole lot.
No, but you make a couple Chi-Chis a day, so.
Okay.
So a couple of days. Now, Tim was assuring me, he said, emphatically said, don't dismiss this, basically. You're going to love the way this stuff tastes.
Really?
Correct, Tim?
I actually emailed Casey and I said I'd like to place a bet with everybody about them liking it because it is top notch, guaranteed.
All right. Yes. Do you still make it, even though you're
Not recently. When I first came home, I was making it like every day still. You kind of get used to it and the flavor. And
you miss it.
Yeah.
I got it. Okay.
So.
All right. Well, that's Tim. Let's meet our next contestant, the second Iron Chi-Chi. Welcome, Chris, to the studio this morning.
Thank you.
Chris, how are you?
Doing well. You?
Doing well. And for how long were you behind bars?
24 months to the day.
Wow.
To the day?
To the day.
Wow. So you didn't get out for good behavior then?
Nope.
Okay. But how's your Chi-Chi?
It might be a little rusty. It's been a few years since I've been away on vacation. But it's all still here.
Vacation. No, Chris, that the fact that you stepped away from it might breed a little bit more creativity and improvisation.
A little bit. I have been a cook for about 20 years. That was my main profession. And then,
So you're bringing that wealth of knowledge into your Chi-Chi preparation?
A little bit.
Okay.
All right. Fair enough. All right. Well, good luck to you. And let's go over to our final Iron Chi-Chi. This is Mike, everyone. Let's hear from Mike.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. How are you,
By the way, sorry for bothering you at work.
Oh, it's okay.
All right,
Sorry to bother you on parole.
That's been going for a long time now. So.
Mike's actually wearing a prison T-shirt, by the way. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Mike, if you can turn around.
What is DWHCF?
George W. Hill.
George W. Hill Correctional Facility.
No kidding.
That's a Delco.
Yes. Delco, baby.
What pride. What pride.
Hold on, they sell T-shirts, or did you make
No. I kind of took it with me when I left, even though you're not supposed to.
So you robbed the prison.
You took something on the way out of prison.
You gotta have a reminder to not go back.
Yeah.
So.
But it's not a Marriott.
All right, so for how long were you away, Mike?
A little over 7 months.
Okay.
I did 3 different times. One was a weekend, one was 12 days, and the longest was just over 7 months.
But you had your Chi-Chi experiences and your Chi-Chi preparation skills are up to snuff?
I actually emailed Casey. I told him Chi-Chis aren't even the best thing that they make there. So
Yeah, he said he was going to make a Stromboli.
Wow. They call it a wrap in Delco. It's a Stromboli in where Tim's from.
Okay.
All right. And by the way, these guys all sat in the lobby together for a little while, and so they were sharing stories. None of them served time at the same place. They were all 4 different places.
Perfect. Then we might get 4 different completely. Foods are they're just different regions.
Italian cuisine
that will give you different tastes. So maybe we'll experience that as well. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started?
Yes.
All right. Let's Iron Chi-Chi head over to the commissary and get what ingredients you guys need. I see immediately that Tim is going for the cheese puffs and ramen noodles, and Mike seems to be still considering what he wants. Chris has grabbed a lot of macaroni and cheese.
We have enough for everybody of every ingredient. So
So I see Chris took all the ramen noodles. There's
more up there.
That's not right.
There's a whole nother.
No, you just So that's good. They're sharing as you do in prison.
Yeah, not unlike Iron Chef. I mean, there's a pantry of items that you can go to. Now, I see some Cheez-Its are being taken. Or no, not Cheez-Its. Is that rice? I believe Tim has some Minute Rice, instant white rice.
Cheese Whiz.
Yeah, Cheese Whiz.
Refried beans.
Refried beans. Very good for that Mexican sort of flavor.
We have both Cool Ranch Doritos and regular Doritos.
Did you need beef ramens? Because that's top shelf right there.
Top shelf to
That is top shelf beef ramen right there, buddy.
What are the flavors of ramen we have, Casey?
Just beef and chicken.
Okay.
And did everybody? So everybody has the ramen. Did everybody grab a summer sausage? Is that the common ingredient?
I think they call it a beef stick, Casey.
Yeah, each person has grabbed one.
The old
They do have
beef stick.
Yeah.
Case, we know that at least one served in a Delaware County prison. Has anybody served in a Bucks County prison?
I think the rest of them, yeah.
Because I would imagine that's going to be like a higher class Chi-Chi. You know what I mean?
Tim's doing a fist pump.
Buckskull. All the way. I'm looking at Chris. He's got a technique where he's smashing up the cheese puffs inside the bag.
That seems like a common
It all
tactic.
break down, so it's like a cheese sauce, no chunks.
Oh, okay, and you're going to mix that with the hot water?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, all right.
We
So
used to let it sit in the sink and run the hot water over it. That would be the insulation idea he's using, but we're gonna have to.
So there's
Had to make it work.
very similar techniques being employed here, but a different selection of menu items, which I think is intriguing.
Oh, you know what? Preston had a question yesterday about smoking in prison. Is it illegal to smoke cigarettes, and do people smoke? Yeah. But you can smell it though.
I can only speak on Bucks, but it is illegal to smoke in Bucks County Jail. People do smoke in the jail. But
if it's an infraction, though, they can send you to jail, can't they?
That's the thing that sucks, is you might actually get arrested.
But all right, so if you were to smoke, where would you smoke?
I'm not going to say that you empty the toilet out and then blow the smoke through the pipes and flush the toilet.
Right.
But if I had to take a guess right now, that would be my assumption.
So the toilet is just not for pooping anymore.
Oh, not at all.
It's an oven.
It's an oven.
It's an aeration system.
It's a hot tub at times.
It's a hot tub.
You bored?
Prison sounds great.
Bucks is also known as Bucks County
Country Club.
There we go. She knows.
We have a ripped bag. We have a ripped bag.
We've got more bags. I bought 1,000 of them.
There is there's a mess all over the place.
Chris is helping out Tim. Cooks are coming together.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. By the way, Tim, that looks disgusting.
But it smells so good.
Does it really?
I swear it does. Although I'm a little. Tim might have gotten some contraband.
Oh, really?
No.
He snuck a packet of sugar over here.
Oh, no.
Casey,
That's allowed?
Sugar was allowed.
All right, that was one of the items. You can get that at the commissary. All right, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put about a 10. What?
He called me a rat.
Snitches get stitches, bitch.
That's that golden shank.
Don't worry. Nick's already had the butt stuff.
So, Mike, let's ask you about what our chefs are going to have here. If you were to describe this dish, what would you say about it?
It's basically like a poor man's mac and cheese.
A poor man's mac and cheese.
Okay.
Like if you took Franken beans and got rid of the beans part and made it with mac and cheese.
Okay.
Our judges, Nick Elmy, owner and head chef at Laurel, Michael Klein, who's been writing about food for a long time, and then Joe, who's actually done some time and had Chi-Chi on several occasions. Nick, what do you think of our first creation from Mike here, the poor man's mac and cheese?
10 for presentation, if we're grading on 10.
Okay.
It's like you took ramen and dumped mac and cheese on top of it with some spicy sauce and some sausage. I don't know. I would like to know what the sodium count is.
This is disgusting. I mean, no disrespect, Mike.
But
You really sugarcoated it.
It doesn't seem like there's much to it. The ramen, you did get the ramen soft, which I'll give you credit for, but it's just, yeah. The presentation though was incredible.
Let's go over to Joe, the Chi-Chi master. Joe.
All right. Well, from an inmate standpoint, it's pretty bad.
Okay. We want to get that perspective.
It's wet. It's super wet, and it's not.
Oh, that's right. You like it dry. You said that earlier. Okay.
Mine's pretty short and sweet. Never used the pickles before, so I just have the shredded cheese, some of the cheese whiz, beef stick, ramen, a little bit of hot sauce.
What do you think of this particular Chi-Chi?
Again, it's super wet. This one, there's less taste. It's I'm absolutely convinced that I only ate this stuff because I was starving.
Have you ever had a salt lick?
Yeah. You know what?
With cheese. It's
a salt lick with cheese. That's what you're calling this. All right.
Were you in for assault?
Michael, very good.
Sorry.
All right.
I do appreciate the added texture of what are those nachos at the end?
The little bit of the jalapeno chips I put on.
Perfect.
To take it over the edge a
Beautiful
little
touch
bit, a
right
little
at the
extra.
end. It does taste like someone found noodles and put the movie cheese on top of it. But I mean, it's yes, I like it a lot.
Okay, he likes it a lot.
Really? Those words came out of your mouth?
Chris, write that down. Nick Elmy of Laurel says, I like it a lot.
Tim is garnishing the dishes.
Yep, and Marissa is handing them out now. So we'll start this time. We'll let the judges sample this, and it definitely looks completely different than the others. The other ones definitely had a very moist consistency to them, a little bit on the runny side as well. This looks dry. And we'll let our judges get a quick taste, so it's going to be completely different.
Much different.
Yeah, in fact, it's dense. I'm actually this weighs a lot. All right, let's go to Michael Klein. You need a little bit more time on that, Michael?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
You sure? Keep eating, my guy. I got plenty more.
I actually like this one the best. It's, even though there's more texture to it.
Okay. And that helps out.
I think.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Nick Elmy next.
I'm actually going to agree with that. Like, wow. It has a very rice and beans kind of flavor to it.
Okay.
The Doritos on top are pretty good. It's, I mean, easily my favorite one.
Okay. And then let's go over to Joe. What do you think?
This is definitely the best one. So would you agree, Nick? Yeah. It's definitely the consistency thing, right?
Yeah, it's a consistency thing.
All right. So it is. It's time. It's officially time to find out who our Iron Chi-Chi champion of 2017, because we have to do this every year now.
I think so.
Oh, we gotta wait for some next people to get out of prison.
Let's go voting one at a time. We have Mike who went first, Chris was second, and then Tim was third. Let's start with Nick Elmy. Nick?
Yeah, I think Tim looks the most dangerous, so he wins.
So we have one vote for Tim. Let's go to Michael Klein.
I'll go with Tim also.
And is it going to be a clean sweep, Joe?
It is.
Tim! The Iron Chi-Chi, Tim. Let's get a word from our winner, Tim. How do you feel?
I'm going to Disney World.
Yeah, even better news. Kathy cleaned out her closet.
Yeah. Wow.
You should put something up on social media about the journey.
A couple things before we get into the Connoisseur. I wanted to do this now because where they're receiving this message, it's very late.
Yes.
While it's very early here. So I got this email from Jessie Bell. And the title is Your Biggest Aussie Fan. And she writes, Good day, MMR team, Preston and Steve. My husband would have to be your biggest fan in Australia and probably the entire Southern Hemisphere.
That's a tall statement.
He is constantly listening to your station, and the majority of his stories start with, I was listening to my American radio station the other day and blah, blah, blah. And he even has a sound bite of la-di-da-da-da-da, bees,
nice.
as his notification tone, and our kids recite it when they hear it. And he loves the music you play and the presenters around the clock. His birthday is on the 23rd of December, and have bought him some. I'm not going to give away because she has this for his birthday. But she wanted us to wish him a happy birthday, and I told her we were going back and forth. I'm like, well, we're off on the 23rd when his birthday is. And she had sent her phone number, and I said, well, let's try to give him a call. We can't make outgoing international calls on the hotline.
Damn it.
Do you want to just make...
Marissa tried it, and we can't do it. So, but I emailed her, and she heard. They're listening right now.
Can they call?
I don't know. You could try.
Yeah.
What's our phone number?
213-WMMR.
Thank you. I wanted to say 1-800-232-100.3, but that's Y100.
1-800-Flowers.
Yeah, call 1-800-Flowers.
We haven't used that phone number in almost 20 years.
215-263-WMMR. They can try to call in.
Hey.
Yes.
What's never mind. I'll ask you after you finish what you're saying.
Okay,
Here's how we can know it's them. Say you're from Australia.
So that's from Jessie Bell. So
Okay, nice.
Jessie and her husband, did she say his name in here at all? I think she just called him my husband. So happy birthday, husband. We wish you the best.
Right there at the bottom, Yahoo Serious.
And happy holidays. Oh, don't invoke that guy's name, please. All right. And then another thing, because we're going to do the Connoisseur here in a moment.
Yes.
I told you guys that I was way ahead this year on purchasing gifts for the holidays.
How incorrect were you?
Oh, I'm on the ball.
Oh, really?
I even bought you guys stuff.
Wow.
Oh, James, could you please bring in some of the gifts that you've been come to known as? I got you guys all Christmas gifts.
This is amazing.
And I don't expect you to get me anything. I just, I wanted to spread the love. Actually, it all started with Kathy, believe it or not.
Oh, why?
Because I was at a store and I saw your gift and I was like, I need to get this for Kathy. And I was like, well, if I get this for Kathy,
It's
then
always Kathy.
I can't just get this for And then we had something in mind for Nick. By the way, this is my idea. Rochelle did not help with this.
Wow. She usually does this.
Except for the one for Nick, because she saw this. And anyway, we're going to hand out the bags.
Okay.
Your names are on the bags. Casey, that's for
Yay.
you.
All right.
I'm so impressed. Like, you're just not the Grinch at all this year.
By the way, hold on a second. Steve and Marissa.
Yeah, it's a joint gift.
You only get half your gift because the other half has not arrived yet.
Okay.
I was waiting for
half a puppy
deliveries and they didn't come in, so I apologize.
You're getting another cat.
See, well, now I am going to get you something.
No, you don't have to.
Whether you like it or not.
Honestly, you guys have over the years you've given me more than you ever need to give. But I
gave you your children.
Well, thank you for that, by the way. So this is just a
that was
little
for
gift.
That was for
Nick already opened his.
Am I not supposed to open it?
And he's eating it.
All right, go ahead, Nick. What'd you get?
Well, I was going to offer to get you something because I have Steve's credit card right now. So
very good. Very good.
I got a Blue Trail National Parks in the United States, but I didn't open it, Preston, because I don't know what's inside this box.
So I'll tell you now if you're having difficulty opening it.
Oh, wow.
So it's a travel mug, but what's interesting about it, or a travel thermos, is it's got all of the national parks on it. And Nick, there are stickers that come with that, and the ones you visit, you can put on there.
Do you know how many people have sent me this on Instagram saying this would be something that you would love? And every time I get it, I was like, you're right, that'd be really nice. And I would never buy this for myself. And you got it for me, and it means a lot. Thank you very much. That's really kind. I think I've been to 29 national parks, and so I can use 29 of these stickers, man.
That is so cool.
That's awesome.
Each of you, I also got the same thing as well. There's one thing and then an added little thing.
So I like what I got right here. I got Cape May wildflower honey, and I got Cape May peanut butter. I think this is what you guys have been talking about.
So
right?
everybody gets that. So I got you honey from Cape May, and I got you peanut butter from the Cape May Peanut Butter Company.
All right.
And
That's
then,
awesome.
And so, Steve, you have your other thing coming.
Okay.
I'll get it to you when we get back.
I think I know what it is. It's anal beads.
Did you
No, it's
find?
not anal
Did
beads.
you find mine in a liquor store?
I did not. It's not liquor, Kath.
Thank you very much so far.
I saw this, and then I want to back it up with an apology as well. It's a Yellowstone shirt. So here's the deal. I saw that, but I didn't realize it was a pocket tee. And I don't know if you wear pocket tees or
That's
not.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I saw it after I brought it home. I'm like, damn it. But it's got the Yellowstone Dutton Ranch logo on the back. And I'm like, Kathy needs one of these.
Yes, I certainly do. Thank you.
And then, Steve, yours is coming. Marissa, you get the peanut butter and honey. Your other half of the gift is coming. And then, Casey, you can open yours. And I have one for Chuck, too.
Wow.
So we'll give to Chuck later on.
So now
Chuck's is the one I'm most excited about.
Okay.
actually.
I don't understand what this is. What is this design that on this amazing duffel bag? I've never seen this design before ever in my entire life. That's pretty crazy.
Blue with red donuts.
Blue with red donuts. I don't. This is basically my uniform. That's
for you to take to the gym.
I love this. Oh my God! Thank you so much, dude.
No problem.
Thank you. It's got a little. Hang on a second.
There's a head in it.
It's a duffel bag.
It is a duffel bag.
Yeah.
All right. I just want to make sure it's got the little strap in the pocket here.
I happen to like that design of the fish designs.
Dude,
I happen to
love
like
this.
that one.
I love this design. Oh man, thank you so much. I appreciate this.
What swept over you? You're in the moment.
I saw the
You
shirt
imbued
for.
with
I saw the shirt for Kathy.
You know what it was,
That
Preston?
was it. What?
Power Christmas.
It was Power Christmas.
Where did you see the shirt?
I got it at Tractor Supply.
Get out.
That's awesome.
I love tractors.
That is
You could have had a tractor.
I did.
Kathy, it's in the parking lot. Here are the keys.
You didn't get anybody a giant metal chicken rooster to put on their front lawn?
Oh, yeah.
They sell those.
My
at
neighbor has one of those.
Stop it.
I'll tell you what, though, concerning that peanut butter, that's the peanut butter you guys have raved over, right?
Dude, it's phenomenal.
I can't wait to try it.
We buy gallons of that
Really?
stuff.
All
It's, I think you're going to love it. So it's a Cape May Peanut Butter Company. And then, and that's my favorite honey, too.
This is great.
Yeah, so.
Did you get this at the Cape May Peanut Butter Company?
It says it on the label.
No. I got it from the Cape May Honey.
Oh, that's wow.
Oh, I thought they were
it's-
one and the same.
Nope, it's across the street from the dispensary.
Okay.
So you go get high, and then you go get your.
I want something sweet.
You go get your honey across the street. So I got that for you guys, and then we'll give Chuck's later on when he gets here. And Marissa, yours is on the way.
Thank you.
No problem. Before we do the connoisseur, look who's on the request line.
What?
It's an Australian call.
I knew it.
No.
All right, so I'm going to go to Will. Hey, Will, you're on the air.
Hey, guys. How we doing?
Oh, good. Hey, Will, happy birthday in advance to you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right, so your wife sent an email, and what is your name? So she didn't include your name in the email, but your name is Will Bell?
Yes.
And how long have you been listening to us in Australia, Will?
Whoa, 2005.
Oh, wow. That's
something like that.
That's when we started on MMR. That's great.
Wow. All that time. And so your wife seems to indicate that you're a hardcore listener. We appreciate that. What brought you to the show?
It was just the music.
Okay.
It was the music. I used to listen to you guys when I was at work, so it was Jackson in the afternoon.
Jackson, yeah.
You guys over there. And good old, who did it before Jackie on the evening? I want to say Marcus in the Darkest.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
You
great.
know all these.
Say that name again, because the way with the Australian accent, it's fascinating.
Marcus in the Darkest.
Marcus in the Darkest.
He'd be on right now if he called himself Marcus in the Darkest.
I love it.
Hey, Will, real quick, just because I learned this term on this show, but to antipode, which is if you dug a hole straight through the earth, where would we end up? We would end up in Augusta, Australia. How close is Augusta to you?
About 10 hours drive away.
It's right around the corner.
It's a big old continent. Yeah.
Well, that's wonderful. Listen, your wife Jessie was really sweet with her email, and she just wanted to make sure that that you got some love from WMMR because you're such a huge fan, and
We love it.
We want to thank you for listening, literally on the other side of the world.
Hey, thank you very much, guys. We're sitting here watching you on the YouTube and grinning from ear to ear.
Aw, very cool. Let me tell you, you have an open invitation if you're ever in the States. Make sure you stop by the station. We'd love to see you.
Oh, I plan to because I know you guys have people in the studio.
We do,
Most
yes.
definitely. We would have a great time if you came by that morning.
Right.
What do they say? Fair dinkum? Is that conversation?
Fair dinkum, mate.
Right, there we go.
Bob's your uncle.
There we go.
Whatever. All right,
Fanny's your aunt.
Will, have a great Christmas and birthday, and thanks for listening, bud. Okay.
Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Cheers
All right,
to you.
cheers. Take care. All right, there you go. Australian listener, Will, and his birthday.
We
So,
are the world.
nice. All right, you guys ready for the connoisseur?
Yeah.
All right, let's do this thing.
It's time for the holiday version of the Connoisseur.
And by the way, I'm doing it with my new connoisseur coffee mug, which we got yesterday at the Christmas Miracle broadcast. This is one of the best coffee mugs I've ever owned. It's embossed.
Yeah, I saw that.
The lettering is raised on it.
I want that. I also want the hoodie that we gave away that has the
throwback.
MMR. Yes.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of stuff I was unaware of that's at the Rock Shop, right?
Yes. You can get it at the MMR Rock Shop. All right, so we're going to dive straight into the connoisseur. We'll play some holiday clips and so on in a moment. But right now I'm going to lead with this story. Hot Dr. Pepper is taking center stage as the season's most unexpected winter beverage.
Hot Dr. Pepper.
Like spicy or warm?
No, like warming it up.
Okay.
Trendy TikTok creators have brought back the retro drink with tutorials showing how to warm the soda and add lemon slices. According to Morgan Chomps, who said this is a soda on a whole nother level. And they recommend simmering the drink for a warm, spiced flavor. While some critics think the idea sounds disgusting, Morgan insists it's delicious. Adding the spices of Dr. Pepper really work well as a hot drink, and the lemon just brings it home. And although viral now, hot Dr. Pepper isn't new. It was advertised in the 1960s as a festive holiday idea, even suggesting a dash of rum for a twist.
So I'm a Dr. Pepper fan. I don't drink it a lot. I don't drink soda in general a lot, but it is a soda that I like. I don't know if I'm thrilled with this idea.
No, I'm a huge Diet Dr. Pepper fan.
Diet Dr. Pepper is, and we've said many times before, it is the one soda where its diet component tastes almost exactly like the original item.
So one commenter shared, I've been drinking this since the 1970s.
Wow.
While the
It must have no teeth.
trend continues to grow, creative takes like Dr. Pepper eggnog are also popping up, apparently. So this is becoming a bit of a trend, and you can try that out if
You
you
know what I
like.
like before I go to bed? A piping hot cup of Pepto-Bismol.
Oh, isn't that yummy?
What was there was also another TikTok trend. I think it was Coca-Cola in red wine. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
And like people surprisingly, thought it tasted well.
Do you know, I think there are enough things that taste good already.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I don't need that, but like, they were just trying it, and surprisingly,
I
it
put
tasted
peanut butter
good.
in my insulin.
Yeah, there was another one, Kathy, that I believe it was a Pabst Blue Ribbon with, it might be amaretto. I can't remember the liqueur, but if you put those together, like you take maybe like a third or whatever out of the Pabst and then fill the rest with amaretto, it tastes like a Dr. Pepper.
What kind of liquor did you have to put in Dr. Pepper to make it a flaming Dr. Pepper? Do you remember?
No.
There was it was one of those shots where you lit it on fire and I'll
Flaming
Google it.
Dr. Pepper?
Yeah. And see, it was
Either-
like a novelty thing for a stretch, and so it tasted just like regular Dr. Pepper or whatever.
Maybe
but it had booze in
Yukon
it.
Jack?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, anyhow, try out warming up your Dr. Pepper. All right, let's play a clip, see if you can guess what movie this food clip is from. Here we go.
And I'll have a Caesar, no dressing, and one of those homemade cookies, the warm chocolate chip, no nuts, and a little slice of cheesecake, creme brulee, and hot fudge sundae. Extra hot fudge. On the side.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Order up. So, 3 Pennsylvania dive bars have been named among the best in the United States for food, according to a new ranking.
I believe this because there are a number of great. I've known of a few like in Manayunk, and obviously I'm not going into drink, but places that I would go to with my wife because the food was so good.
Let me get this sentence out.
All right.
Before any of you comment.
All right. Now that you've said that.
But the reason I love this establishment is because it is a dive bar with excellent food. Guppies.
Yep. Yeah. Okay.
That's what it is.
I knew it was going to be Guppies.
That is dive bar-ish. And he brought in like high-end chefs to run his kitchen, and the food is delicious.
Well, the highest ranking Pennsylvania establishment on the list is Tattooed Mom.
Tattooed Mom.
Yep. Came in 23rd out of 120 dive bars compiled by Geek Nexus, which is a personal finance and pop culture website. Also making the list was Uncle 80's Dive Bar in Hazleton, which was 94th, and Dirty Old Tavern in Lancaster, and that was 109th.
Okay, but speaking of Pabst Blue Ribbon and Tattooed Moms, wasn't there it was like a Pabst and a shot for like $2 or something like that?
Barb and Brenda and Barb.
I thought Tattooed Moms did that too.
No, you're thinking of Blistered Whore.
Oh,
Marissa?
It's called the Citywide. And Bob and Barbara's is apparently where it was created.
Okay.
Yeah, that was like...
But they're interchangeable. They could be confused.
Yeah, like in college, we would go there, and that's what we would get, was that. Tattoo Moms, what was the other one?
Sugar Moms.
Oh, I love Sugar Moms. That's not around anymore.
I can't remember which one it was. It was either Tattoo Moms or Sugar Moms, but my friend had the apartment upstairs from there, so we would obviously hang out, and then we would just go upstairs to
Sugar Moms is
crawl
down
up the stairs.
to go to bed. But you could hear the elevator all night long in his apartment. I mean, and it was like old crickety. The first time I heard it, I thought we were like under attack.
You were spending a night in this guy's apartment?
Well, he was.
You weren't playing Yahtzee.
It was my boyfriend at the time, his best friend.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
Parcheesi.
Sugar Moms, Kathy, if you remember, was down an alleyway. You would find the noticer down there.
I think that was it.
So what
in Old City.
These were just known for their diviness, or was there?
I love Sugar Moms because I mean at that time they had a wide selection of beer.
Okay,
and it was cool. It was kitschy. Like they had like little bumper cars.
It was like in a basement, you know, and it was like low ceiling, Steve.
Again,
It felt like an old Philly style place.
I love that. I don't drink, but I love dive bars. I do.
Dude, the best dive bar I've ever been into was Mahoffer's in I think it's Indian Springs and right near Clearwater.
Is that the place with the stuff hanging all over the walls?
No, that's Fart Huffers.
Yeah, but I don't know if they have food there. But like you walk in there, you feel like you're walking into like caveman territory.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow. What was the place that is spring training down in Florida that is known for it's? I mean, they've just hanged tons of crap.
That's it.
Is that the one?
That's what you're talking
I'm sorry.
about.
I did. Okay.
Yeah. So determine which businesses made the list. Geek Nexus surveyed 3,000 bar goers to find the top dive bars serving, quote, surprisingly good food.
Yeah.
And they named Tattoo Mom as one of the top.
That's cool.
It's on South Street in Philly. Serves up a variety of cocktails, casual food, including sandwiches and snacks. There are several vegan options on the menu, including the vegan hot Nashville chicken sandwich, too. So congratulations, Tattooed Mom. All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
And I'll have a Caesar, no dressing. And one of those homemade cookies, the warm chocolate chip, no nuts. And a little slice of cheesecake, creme brulee, and hot fudge sundae. Extra hot fudge. On the side.
All right, we will go to Martha, see if she knows. Hi, Martha. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Gadzooks. Merry Christmas.
Why did you say that name? I love it. Thank you. Martha, what movie is it from?
It's from the Santa Claus.
Yeah. All right, you win. Hang on the line, Case. What are we going to give her?
All right, Martha, you just won yourself a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Lights at Elmwood Park Zoo. The holidays are bright at Elmwood Park Zoo's Wild Lights. Open select nights through December 30th, and you can learn more at epzwildnights.com.
All right, we got a new clip to play. Let's see if you know what movie this one is from.
There was more than one lobster present at the birth of Jesus. Duh.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. We'll see if you know the answer. And it is time for our fast food roundup. Let's share a couple of stories from the world of fast food. We'll start with this one. Following in the footsteps of Taco Bell, brand sibling KFC is opening a bold new spin-off concept called Saucy.
Saucy.
Designed to dazzle Gen Z foodies. This prototype location in Orlando swaps the classic red for vibrant pink and centers its menu around chicken tenders and an adventurous lineup of 11 different sauces.
I'm listening.
From jalapeno pesto ranch to Thai sweet and spicy. With a sleek, modern vibe, fruity drinks, and colorful seating, it's all about customization and fun, and it's anyone's guess as to whether it'll be a one-time experiment or the start of a saucy empire. But KFC is clearly upping its game to compete with tender chicken rivals.
Yeah, Lord help me, I'm a chicken finger fan.
Now, fast food prices have been a hot topic lately, and a recent study conducted by the online language learning site Preply crowned one burger chain famous for its quality ingredients as the priciest of them all.
The priciest of the burger chains.
Yep. Yes, Kath?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I can't believe the prices of fast food.
Yes.
I mean, people used to be able to go there and feed their family for...
The whole idea was there was an alternative. Yeah.
And now, that's not the case.
I remember it was several years ago, and I was getting ready to pay, and I was driving through a McDonald's, and I made my order, and then they said the price, and I was like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, because I hadn't been in a while.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, my God.
Well,
yeah, you're right.
Like Red Robin, they advertise with us, and they will use their prices at Red Robin and be like, hey, we compete with what fast food prices are.
Yeah.
So, by the way, the most expensive one, Shake Shack.
Shake Shack.
Spot, yeah.
That's your jam.
For the most complaints about overpriced food. Yeah, it is expensive, but it's so good. Five Guys was named the second most overpriced chain, followed by Sugar Factory. A study also shed some light on diners' frustrations with sky-high prices for small portions or basic dishes that leave customers' wallets lighter and their expectations unmet.
I will pay extra for consistency, though. And Five Guys, I have never been disappointed in a burger that I've gotten from Five Guys. I have definitely been. And I still, listen, I love fast food. I do. Like, I'm such a sucker for it.
We're picking up on this.
And I still go for it. But sometimes you get, a stale bun.
How often to Five Guys?
I don't know. Once every couple of months or whatever. But
do you think that because of Five Guys, there's not a ton of variety? Like, they're just consistent, like, with what they offer up. So you know what you're getting every time they go, and they know what they're preparing every time.
So Gordon Ramsay says the big pitfall of any restaurant, be it fast food or a sit-down restaurant, is an overly complicated menu.
Too many
Do a
choices.
few
Too
things
big of a
and do them
menu.
well.
Yeah.
I always
Is-
trust a smaller menu.
Is Five Guys just burgers and fries?
Burgers, fries. I think they have dogs, like hot dogs, not actual canines.
Yeah. I'll have a dachshund on a bun.
Guys, I went to a place yesterday for the first time, and it is a chain of sorts. It's called Habitat Burger, and it was over in the King of Prussia town center. We just sort of happened to cross it. I'm like, yeah, I could go for a burger today. That's going to be on my list. We need to open a couple of more of those around the area.
All right. And then one last story I had mentioned at the top with KFC, Taco Bell diving into the chicken nuggets. And I have a little more detail on that. Their new crispy chicken nuggets marinated in jalapeno buttermilk, breaded with tortilla chips, and paired with 3 dipping sauces. And they have zesty jalapeno honey mustard,
Olay.
the signature Bell sauce, or the spicy Hidden Valley Fire Ranch sauce. And it's a limited time for now, but that could be good. Jalapeno buttermilk, I love that idea.
Yeah, me
so
too.
they're diving into that. All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from. Here we go.
There was more than one lobster present at the birth of Jesus. Duh.
All right, let's go to Megan. Hey, Megan, good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Megan. What movie?
That's from Love Actually.
That is correct. Love Actually. Great movie. Hang on the line. Here's what we have for you.
Meg, you also won a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Lights at Elmwood Park Zoo. The holidays are bright at Elmwood Park Zoo's Wild Lights. It's open on select nights through December 30th, and you can learn more at epzwildlights.com.
All right, we got another clip that we're going to play. Let's see if we can identify what movie this one's from.
A candle in a jar of razzleberry dressing.
This one might be really hard. All right, 215-263-WMMR.
It's one of my favorites.
Let's see if you know what movie that's from. All right, order up. I have another local story for you, and there is a place called Pizzada, Pizzeria, and Barreria?
Diarrhea?
Good Lord. They have introduced what they're calling a Taste of Philly. Casey, here you go.
Yeah. Pizzada, Pizzeria, and
Barreria.
That's a hell of a name.
So they're introducing this product that's called the Taste of Philly. It is a Connect 4 calzone with all of Philadelphia's famous sandwiches and tomato pie center wrapped into one single connected pizza dough.
What?
Wow.
And it's a big item. It can feed about 4 people. It's only $25 and includes all of Philly's specialties, including cheesesteak, Italian hoagie, sausage, peppers, and onions, and roast pork and broccoli rabe.
So it sounds like a food version of the human centipede.
You can tear it apart, I think.
Okay, but is all of that mixed in it?
No,
Or
no,
there's
no,
like
no.
sections of it?
There's sections of it.
Okay.
So I believe so. So it's made of sorts of a half pizza, half calzone.
Wow.
With a quarter cheesesteak, 1/4 roast pork and broccoli rabe, 1/4 sausage, peppers, and onions, and 1/4 Italian hoagie.
Okay, I'm looking at it, Preston. It is in sections.
Yes. So Pizzada Pizzeria has 2 locations. Excuse me, including the corner of 22nd and Rittenhouse Square. That opened in October of 2020. And then their other location, which is Pizzada Pizzeria and Barreria at 1700 East Passyunk. And that opened in February of this year.
What does Barreria mean?
I don't know.
Okay.
Where are you seeing the word? Is it?
And underneath here, Kathy, it says see Pizzada, Pizzeria, and Barreria.
Yeah, spelled Birreria.
I literally Googled what is Barreria, and it says, did you mean Birria?
Yeah.
No, I meant
Yeah.
Barreria.
I don't really know.
You son
it's-
of a bitch.
Maybe it's a name they made up. Not really sure.
I think Barreria is like an establishment
Like
that
a pizza-
serves beer.
Oh, bear.
So
bear meat.
It's like a pizzeria for beer.
So a Birre might be something.
That's beverages.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so it's Casey's right. Take the RIA at the end of Birreria, and like a pizzeria, it's a Birreria.
Beer.
Yes.
Like a beer.
I gotcha.
A beeria.
Okay. Makes sense. All
Got
right,
to the bottom of it.
Anyhow, it's an interesting looking dish, and
Yes.
that is now available if you are adventurous and want to try that out. All right, let's play the clip again, see if somebody knows.
A candle in a jar of razzleberry dressing.
All right, we're going to go to Tabitha. Hi there, Tabitha.
Hi.
Hey. All right, Tabitha, do you happen to know what movie that is?
Is it Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol?
It is. Yes. Well done. Hang on a second, Case.
All right, hang on one second because I'm trying to find something else here real quick. You're going to have to give me.
Well, while you're doing that, I'll tell you this. I would say that the songs in Mr. Magoo's A Christmas Carol are better than the ones in the movie Scrooge. Scrooge with Albert Finney. They're really good songs, and it's Mr. Magoo as Ebenezer Scrooge. It's really well done.
All right, so Tabitha, you have won yourself, and this is our final one, a 4-pack of tickets to Wild Lights at Elmwood Park Zoo. The holidays are bright at Elmwood Park Zoo's Wild Lights, open select nights through December 30th, and you can learn more at epzwildlights.com.
All right, another clip. Let's see if you know what movie. Hang on a second. I threw some stuff away.
Oh,
here.
man.
Shouldn't have thrown them away. I have more connoisseur stories that were... I thought I did. All right, here we go. We're going to play the clip. Here we go.
Dukes are going to corner the entire frozen orange juice market.
Unless somebody stops them.
Or beats them to it. Eggnog.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know the answer. Order up. So there is a list that I have for you, and it is... Who did this list? It's the most popular Christmas desserts in all 50 states.
The most popular Christmas desserts.
Yep, and I don't have the breakdown of state by state, but I do have the top 8 listed here of the most popular Christmas desserts.
Do you have a favorite Christmas dessert? And I assume that could be just about any dessert that's served around Christmas.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Excluding cookies? Because cookies are kind of their own things. And we've already discussed whether or not cookies are a dessert or whatever.
Well, but homemade Christmas cookies, I would consider a Christmas dessert. And
there are cookies on this list.
Okay, yeah.
So, yes, you can include those.
I would have to. My wife's chocolate chip cookies would be my favorite Christmas cookie dessert.
Yeah, I'd say if
Or
you're talking
Christmas.
about Christmas specifically, yeah, I'd throw cookies in there.
Yeah,
It's probably
yeah.
the best.
You guys ever have a bûche de Noël, which is like a French cake at Christmas time? And there's a tradition where they hide a bean in there or something, and whoever finds the bean,
You found the bean.
yeah, you get you have to flip
Now
the
flick
bean.
it.
You have to flick
Flick
the
it
bean.
hard.
I know.
Yes. Oh, yes. You're going to be my regular Saturday nighting.
You get good luck for the next year or whatever. But it's a good cake. And so I would recommend it.
Is this a raw bean or?
I don't even remember, but it's a weird French tradition where they hide a thing in there and you got to find it, and whoever finds it gets good luck.
There's a lot of that stuff. Like the Greeks will put a wrapped up dime in their Easter, in their New Year's bread.
And there's the king cake for New Orleans from Mardi Gras.
Yes.
That has the baby.
Right,
inside
a
of
human
it.
baby.
Not a human baby, a little toy baby. All right, anyhow, here are the top Christmas desserts in the
found the
United States. Number 8 is rice pudding, and that's in one state, Utah.
My mom loves rice pudding. That is a texture thing for me.
Oh,
I
yeah.
bet.
It's
do
like
it.
puke.
Tapioca, too?
Yeah, ooh, no.
Oh,
See,
I love that stuff.
I like tapioca.
Kath, you
I like
love-
tapioca more than rice pudding.
You love cottage cheese, right?
I don't love
Okay,
cottage
then
cheese.
my bad.
Number 7 is carrot cake.
Yep.
Love me some good carrot cake.
I tell you what, man, when they nail a carrot cake, it's just it's a thing of beauty.
I don't consider it Christmas though.
No, me neither.
Well,
That's what Jesus, remember, he ate the carrot.
but it is holidays.
It's got those holiday spices in it.
Yeah,
I suppose,
you
but
know,
like it's also
nutmeg and allspice.
the
and all
birthday
that.
cake that can show up at any time of year.
Didn't Nebuchadnezzar bring a whole bunch of carrots?
This is an interesting one. Number 6 is biscotti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holiday?
I don't consider it a dessert. I consider it a drink, a coffee accompaniment.
Yeah, and sometimes what I don't like with biscotti is that licorice
taste,
I
yep.
don't like it.
Yeah, you can get some of them that are that way. Other ones
Don't like it.
The other ones taste like cookies. So.
Yes.
All right. Number 5 on this list is pecan pie.
I love pecan pie.
I do too. I think
I-
you're saying pecan. That's how I say it too.
I enjoy it. A good pecan pie.
Oh, here's a good one. Number 4 is tiramisu. But I mean, I don't consider that a Christmas dessert, but I love tiramisu.
You have not named one thing that I would choose if it was on a table.
So what really?
Yeah.
What would you choose?
Well, I don't. I keep,
What's a holiday dessert or dessert in general that you beeline to?
I don't like. Well, that's the thing. When you said that, I was like, well, what? I don't know. Like like cookies, yeah, but that's Is that holiday? Not
Wait,
really.
these are all
Keep
things that
going.
were served at the Last Supper. Cookies, tiramisu.
What
I
about
would think pies. I mean, like apple pie. Any kind of pie is usually you see those as a dinner dessert.
starting in
usually.
Thanksgiving now and through this part of the year? What about like rum balls? You ever get those?
No.
Well, if I don't pee for a while.
No, they're a lot of liquor loaded into those bad boys. My Aunt Mary would make them, and they were only around this time of year.
Rum cake is pretty damn tasty.
Yeah.
I haven't had one in a long time.
I mean, fruitcake is a Christmas tradition, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Yeah, it's too.
I've never had it.
It's too
jammed
many
with crap.
weird spice things going on
Is
there.
it dense?
Yes.
It is. It's very
Like
dense.
denser than a pound cake, even?
Yeah.
They're heavy.
Okay.
Number 3, red velvet cake.
Yes.
On this list.
Yes.
Number 2, sugar cookies.
Yes.
And number 1,
This better be something I'll eat.
pumpkin pie.
No.
Not
Damn
one
it.
thing on this
Not
list.
one thing on the.
All right,
You didn't name one thing that's chocolate.
So I love pumpkin pie.
right.
She's right. I mean, honestly, I love a devil's food cake. Do you like Boston cream pie?
No.
Okay.
Kathy, question.
I wouldn't. Not that I don't like it. I wouldn't go for that if
Okay.
it was on the table.
Do you not like cinnamon taste?
Yeah, I don't-
Okay.
I don't love it.
Oh, my God.
Hence the
All
tiramisu.
right, yeah.
You don't like tiramisu.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cinnamon, like with the Mr. Stickies. No, that's brown sugar, but brown sugar, cinnamon, all that stuff. It's a
I
home
can
run.
handle cinnamon, but that to me is too much.
There is
Cinnamon
never
overload.
Yeah.
too much cinnamon.
So this isn't a dessert, but I would only get this around the holidays, and only just in the recent, like I would say, like the past maybe decade or so. And I just need to say this out loud because my cousin Georgie and I, Georgie's like a half a generation older than me, but we were able to reconnect as cousins, maybe like a decade or so ago, and his wife would make these amazing balls of it, and this doesn't do anything for you, Kathy, or you, Nick, but Preston, I know you like olives. It's got olives and like chopped up chicken in it, and so his wife would make these for him every like Christmas because his birthday's on Christmas Eve, and Georgie and I just through life, like he's got grandkids now, and I got things going on. We haven't really been as connected over the last year and a half. And I don't get these things anymore. And because she would always make a batch of these right around this time of year. And
Is it a dessert?
No, that's what I said in the beginning. It's not a dessert, but it was a holiday thing. And I'm saying this on the radio now. Georgie, I miss you. But I also miss those chicken olive balls.
And those were dessert?
Dude, I already said twice that it's not a dessert. No, but it is a holiday thing. And
That's not a dessert.
That's not a dessert. And I'm just saying.
Chicken
Georgie,
olive balls.
Dude. They are. I've never had these before, and then I'm telling you, they are so freaking good. I miss you, Georgie.
All right.
Do you put whipped cream on them?
I miss your chicken balls.
I miss your chicken balls.
I miss your olive chicken balls.
There are two types of cookies that show up around the holidays, and I don't know why they're holiday exclusive, but one is Pizzelles.
Love Pizzelles.
Yeah, I like them too.
And
then
olive chicken balls.
And then olive chicken balls, I don't consider a cookie. But somebody texted this in. The peanut butter cookies with the Hershey's Kiss right in the middle.
Yeah.
No, I would take that.
That's
a fine one.
So I pulled up chicken and olive balls and did a search on this. So I found a recipe for chicken and olive meatballs with pasta. You want to hear what the ingredients are?
Yeah.
Spaghetti, Parmesan cheese, and 1 pack of chicken olive meatballs.
Perfect.
No, the balls are breaded and they have like chopped and shredded up chicken, and then they get the giant green olives. And she basically like splits those and then fills that with chicken and then breads them and then you deep fry them.
Okay.
You sound like you know how to make them yourself.
Yeah, but I'm not Lisa, and Lisa is she's an
got the magic
amazing
touch.
cook and she has the magic touch.
Dear Santa, please bring me olive chicken balls for Christmas.
Listen, we got to get a winner for this, and we got to wrap up the segment. So this is going to be our last one. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Dukes are going to corner the entire frozen orange juice market.
Unless somebody stops them.
Or beats them to it. Eggnog.
All right, we'll go to Larry. Hey, Larry.
Durka.
All right, Larry, Durka to you, and give us the answer. What movie is that from?
Trading Places.
Yeah.
Hey, Larry.
Hang on a second, Larry. Here's what we have for you.
Larry, you got yourself a 4-pack of tickets for Holiday in the Park at Six Flags Great Adventure. Holiday in the Park at Six Flags Great Adventure is the biggest and brightest holiday celebration with 1 million glittering lights, festive eats, dazzling street entertainment, and thrilling rides and coasters. It's open on select days through January 1st.
All right, and that, my friends, is our last connoisseur of the year.
Oh my God, an entire year of connoisseurs.
Yep,
We laughed, we cried, we heard about olive chicken balls.
We brought Chuck around to the connoisseur.
Yes.
He used to hate this segment.
Despised it.
Now he loves it.
He was up on the roof. We had to talk him down.
Yep, but now look at him. He's a fan. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Bizarre File Stories on the way later this morning. Justin Guarini is stopping. He's going to sing for us on the air this morning. Aries Spears will be in the studio and more. Back in a moment, so stay with us. Get in there and
I really appreciate it.
and clean out your closet.
It was difficult for me.
There was an extra sock that was unaccounted for. She broke out her documents and her spreadsheets. I can't imagine a Kathy closet was in bad shape.
You needed help with this?
I know.
I'm telling you, it got
freaky.
It just got I was like overwhelmed.
Carrie.
And I've known for, a while now that I need to do it. And every time I would go to do it, I wouldn't get it done. And to be honest with you, I asked a couple people to come in and help me. People got canceled, whatever it was.
Help, and I need it now.
Stop.
Carrie, when you went in, did Kathy take mud and put it under her eyes and tie a red bandana around her head?
She's rosy.
Oh,
no.
It's time. We're going in. It's going to get bloody.
Oh
Carrie, these are the people I work with.
Wait a second. This still has a tag on it. I never wore it.
Doesn't this go on your legs?
Yeah. It's good on my legs. I haven't shaved my legs.
Sorry, Carrie.
Great to work with.
Yeah.
She was an ideal client. I was asking her the question, Kathy, do you really need 25 black, tank tops? No, you don't. When was the last time you wore this outfit? Do you want to wear this outfit again?
Tell them about my sock situation.
Exactly. Kathy probably had enough socks for probably about,
Coming back, being called sock wearers. People spit on, hey, where's your socks?
You should donate your socks to
Carrie,
high
how
school
much
kids.
did you sell Kathy's throwaway underwear for?
I was actually thinking of that.
Listen, I had bags of throw it out, bags of consign, bags of donate. I mean, there was a ton of
So you had
stuff.
plans for these. But do you have family members that you'll let do a once-over?
Yeah, like I separated it.
Yeah.
I organized the...
So you know who would
yeah, like I
maybe like something?
Right, exactly. A couple, and like nicer things. I'm not going to take my junk and try to pawn it off on somebody. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's stuff that I threw out that I'm not, have stains on it, rips in it, like whatever it is.
This one has skid marks.
Listen,
you know that didn't happen in any of my items.
There's some pretty severe stuff. This one looks like an Ohio road map.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
How much? Like
When's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Yeah.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
no.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties. Mm-hmm. And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Going to sniff the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So shut up about it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show.
Shut up! Shut up! Stinking whore. God damn it! All right.
Shut up! Whoa.
All right. So
no, he was Savannah Guthrie asked. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This.
Shut up!
Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course, it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. All right, anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting. You're like...
Well, it's, I
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond if Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it. He could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours after asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. You turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Little Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one. The very album in question.
Oh yeah, it's definitely.
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it. In
180?
weight. Absolutely.
Yeah. Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
Absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're thinking about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean, in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you
been?
Casey's been there, too.
I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. It's they're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
He said
Some of your friends
Yosemite.
may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Hey, Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me. Yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that like to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah. Yosemite.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret. I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
Oh, so he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And of course, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding, and I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah.
So,
It doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows. And
It was lovely.
Finn gave a great A great speech at the reception.
I've got to say, I'm a little nervous. I've been known more for my shepherding skills in the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding, but I've got to say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerged from my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock, and here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they'd reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right. They were going to get their German shepherd to show up.
Now that I would have known.
That I would have known.
It's good to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, he was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said, the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was...
33 WMMR.
All right, let's make it no sad, bro.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Red Robin, and they've got holiday gifts all wrapped up. You can give the gift of yum with a $30 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you now through December 31st. Red Robin, yum. All right, so in Michigan, several employees at a Muskegon area manufacturer witnessed their boss getting stabbed by a fellow coworker on Tuesday morning during a company meeting. The alleged attacker, Nathan Joseph Mahoney, is now charged with the attempted murder stemming from the altercation at Anderson Express.
So that was probably one of their less effective meetings.
Eric Denslow, president of the company, is expected to make a full and speedy recovery. Investigators have not released a motive behind the attack, but officers arrived at the business and learned that Denslow was stabbed on his right side just below his rib cage.
Jeez.
The stabbing was witnessed by several other employees who all gave consistent statements to police.
Had there been some agitation between this employer and the employee?
No. Witnesses say Mahoney entered the conference room wearing a black medical mask. He walked up to Denslow before sticking a red-handled knife with a 4-inch blade into Denslow's side.
It was supposed to be pizza.
Mahoney fled in a BMW, but was apprehended by sheriff's deputies. Employees described Mahoney as having a quiet demeanor. So, nobody expected this to be the guy to do something like that.
The classic he kept to himself guy.
He was charged with attempted murder.
Wow.
But that would spice our meetings up a bit.
Absolutely. That's how you know it's over. You stab someone.
All right, listen to this. Squirrels in California have added a new dish to their menu: meat.
Oh,
study at UC Davis revealed that California ground squirrels were hunting, killing, and eating voles. Voles are they're kind of like moles.
Yes.
Researchers called the animals an opportunistic omnivore and said the rodents were more flexible in their diet than they had been previously assumed.
Here we go, man.
Jennifer E. Smith, biology professor who leads the long-term squirrels ground project at UW-Eau Claire, said, we had never seen this behavior before. Squirrels are one of the most familiar animals to people, and we see them right outside our windows. We interact with them regularly. Yet, here's this never before encountered in science behavior that sheds light on the fact that there's so much more to learn about the natural history of the world around us. Bulls were the only mammals seen to be hunted by the squirrels during the study.
Squirrels are the only animals in nature that eat rum balls, Preston.
The researchers said that many questions remain unanswered, including how widespread the hunting behavior is among squirrels, whether and how it passed down from parent to pup, and how it affects ecological processes.
That's the last thing you need is a pack of vicious squirrels descending upon you.
So campus squirrels are definitely less skittish than other squirrels, and we found out at Michigan State that the campus squirrels there don't like truffle fries because you had my daughter that literally the squirrel took it out of the hand, kind of like smelled it, and was like, "The hell is this? This out of here!" and like threw it away. Yeah.
Chilling images on Google Street View of a person appearing to load a body bag into the back of a car have provided Spanish police with a decisive clue over the disappearance of a man. The case of a Cuban man who was reported missing a year ago is being investigated for more than a year, and now images captured by a Google Maps camera.
Dude, what are the odds?
Showing a man standing over a body-shaped package in the trunk of a red car have potentially provided police with a breakthrough. Other images show the man at the top of a street pushing a wheelbarrow with a large white package, while others show the quiet streets of the Spanish town.
Well, you got to think with all the streets around the world being chronicled this way, that they're probably catching stuff that, they're not exactly aware of at the time.
Spanish police have said the pictures are a decisive clue in the case, with the detectives reportedly launching a murder investigation, arresting 2 people in connection with the man's death. The images, which have gone viral online, have also helped officers locate the body of the man known only as JLPO and thought to be age 33.
This guy's got to be like, son of a bitch.
Police discovered the victim's dismembered remains, including his torso, buried in the cemetery of Andaluz. The 2 arrested are reportedly to be the wife of the dead man and a bar worker.
Jeez.
Investigators have discovered that the pair had been living together, and police are still investigating the case, and it appears neither have yet appeared at charges before the court. Models who resemble Jesus are earning up to $200 an hour as demand for their divine likeness has skyrocketed. From family portraits to Christmas cards, these Messiah models are hired for a variety of photo shoots that require a holy touch. Bob Sagers, a 6'5" model discovered at a music festival, said, "I make for a pretty tall Jesus," and had been posing as a savior for 4 years.
Jesus.
To perfect the role, models must not only look the part with long hair, beards, robes, but they also must embody Christ-like qualities. Jai Knighton said, "Be the most Christ-like person you can be, or people will be able to tell it's not real." Photographers are also cashing in on the trend, with Utah-based photographer Michaela Avos.
Wait, you mean this guy with his arm around you isn't the real Jesus?
Seeing a surge in her business after sharing photos of a Jesus-themed shoot. She said it was flooded with requests after that. She said she revealed how she's now completed over 50 similar projects. However, she warns parents, if your kid doesn't like sitting on Santa's lap, they probably won't enjoy this experience with Jesus either.
We should hire one of these guys, put him in a golf cart, and have him drive around listening to Fleetwood Mac.
In one heartwarming instance, model Terry Hulker was mistaken for the real Jesus by a passerby during a shoot, showing the emotional impact these portrayals can have.
I'm one of his helpers.
Yeah. No, I get that all the time. I'm not the real Jesus.
I'm just one of his helpers.
I'm one of the helpers. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. We are going to take a break. What's up?
Well, I don't think I'm going to have another chance to do this morning, so I just wanted to mention something that I did last night because it was really, really awesome, and I've never done anything like this before. And Nick, I know that you've done these Philadelphia Orchestra where they show the movie.
Awesome.
Awesome. So last night at the Kimmel Center, I went to Muppet Christmas Carol with the Philadelphia Orchestra. I was blown away. I was blown away because the music, the live music, seamlessly interacts with the movie. Like, you don't even realize at times that the music that you're listening to is live.
Yeah. Right.
It's and it was just such a magical thing to do with my family. I mean, I got choked up at times. And it was really, really cool.
You have to remind yourself that there's an orchestra there.
Yeah. I physically, I had to go, okay, I'm going to watch the band now instead of watch the movie.
This is a bunch of crap.
No, not at all.
Listen, that's a cool experience. I have a bone to pick with a Muppet Christmas Carol.
Why?
It's not a Muppet movie. It's a Christmas Carol movie with Michael Caine in it, and like Muppets make an appearance. And I think it's a good movie. It should not be labeled as a Muppet movie. I'm going to throw that out there.
There's not enough Muppet scenes.
There's like Kermit is barely in it. Miss Piggy's there. You know, Fozziwig is there for a little stretch, but like my Muppet movies are a Muppet movie and Muppets Take Manhattan. And then the Jason Segel one from a decade ago. I think that this is a very nice movie. That's a Christmas Carol movie that should not be labeled as a Muppet movie.
It's actually my wife's favorite Christmas movie.
It's a great Christmas movie.
So it was a birthday gift for her from, her birthday was in September.
I'm not denying it's a great Christmas movie. Yeah. I'm denying that it's a Muppet movie.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Okay. Well, watch it at some point and see if I'm completely wrong.
So I am a Christmas, I considered my favorite book, which is weird to say. I just love a Christmas Carol. I love all the movie versions. I love. I don't like, and I should have liked, and I was really thrilled to like, and did not like the Robert Zemeckis A Christmas Carol with Jim Carrey. Right. It was too over the top.
Yeah.
Kathy, is there a Christmas Carol version you don't like?
No. There's a lot I don't like.
But the songs, so you were talking about how the songs in Mr. Magoo's Christmas Carol are so great.
Are better than the ones in the Albert Finney Scrooge.
But what I didn't know is that Paul Williams wrote all the songs, and it totally tracks. It totally tracks.
Son of a bitch could write.
But it was really, really great, and I'm going to make that more of a thing that I do when I see that the Philadelphia Orchestra is going to be scoring these movies, whether it be Star Wars or Indiana Jones or whatever comes out. Yeah, Two Girls in a Cup. I'll totally do that. Yeah,
the Outdoor Ones of the Man in the summer. They're so much fun. I'm glad you got to go last night.
Yeah, me too. Nice. Thank you, Preston.
You got it. All right, we're going to take a break. Is Justin Guarini here yet?
No, he's at 9.
Oh, he's at 9.
Aries is next.
Oh, God damn it. That's my bad.
What did you do?
It's a Christmas miracle.
Didn't it, though? All right, so is Ari Spears here yet?
I don't know.
Okay, all right. Stick around. You never know what's going to happen. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
She didn't say that. Listen, she's the person.
She told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
Who I love, admire, respect most in the world. And
He's
it is
a little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
In my mind, they all have crooks.
I have no leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No,
at this point.
The Australian shepherd.
Yep, it's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
Hell no, I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I'd like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being, as opposed to your dog, be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah, how does a dog sign
man.
the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
And by the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with the Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was helping held at a family friend's house who, opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousins' close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay.
That's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted. And it was I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party vibe.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it, because they to me, they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, they were like, yo, what is up?
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can.
How old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there is a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie, because they all get together because their Little League coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up, buddy?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me
That's
out."
Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen,
Hat and
people,
everything?
had everything. And listen, people, showed up in, some were in suits, and, other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we have
doing?
fun?
How well do you? I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
So I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
So,
And this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Casey.
What a bitch.
Oh my God.
That's just a bad person.
Yeah. It was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So of course I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh
really?
my God! Yeah. They were banging in the bathroom,
or
they were doing something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome. Which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah. By the way, if you're 60. Wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You'd rather look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes, that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway. But enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away. His brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
They killed it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair, a positive, life-affirming memory,
celebration of life, as opposed to "look at me."
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death, whether a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower. Yeah.
But I mean, your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people. But again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I just wasn't into it.
Yeah.
What's that? I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-Ass 2.
When was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, it'd be the first.
A lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the Effed Up Horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky goes to college? Does it Stinky go to college? No.
My name after Horse. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky goes to college.
Stinky goes to college? Okay.
It's Stinky goes to college.
There's a couple of other
There was a script floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for that.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
and Miney, wasn't that when the miners in Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
Yeah.
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it.
With own eyes.
With own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes. Of course,
it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody else said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington.
Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. His name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt Biffington. Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. Many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. Guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was
cool.
cramp-diffled.
Cramp-diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or what?
Yeah,
okay,
that's exactly how
that
it
can
was.
be dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having sex when Notebart drove into a canal.
Wow.
The crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you could both see what's
exactly,
coming up.
Yeah,
you can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the
Yes.
steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Good.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
could.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right. We'll
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, that's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone, chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. There, look at the stool. Open barn door. What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
Could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can
this
hear
is
your
lame, whatever
how
you
much
got.
lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's
Wow.
Cosmetics array.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? No, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring.
When we have guests, that is a tasty muffin.
Yes.
Just there. Thank you for catering this, Steve.
No problem.
Where did we get this from?
Corner Bakery.
Corner Bakery. Awesome. So yay on that, and yay that these guys are in our studio ready to go. Performing at Helium Comedy Club. There's a lot of shows. They're sold out. Some of them are sold out. Some are still a few tickets available at heliumcomedy.com. We'll get the full rundown of it. First and foremost, we want to welcome back our very good friend, Mr. Ari Spears.
Hey! What's happening?
And along with Ari Spears, sitting next to him, Mr. Andy Steinberg. In the studio, too. How you doing, Andy?
I'm just here for the breakfast.
I don't blame you, man.
You picked a good day for it.
Yeah. I liked it. It's good.
Andy and I both gravitated towards a cranberry muffin. And we're Cranberry Muffin Brothers from here on out.
Forged in fire.
Welcome back, Aries. Good to see you, man.
How you doing, brother? How
doing
you doing,
good.
man?
Yeah, we're real good. This day is last show of the year for us.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we're off till the 3rd.
Okay.
So
bringing in the new year somewhere else?
No.
It's here.
Yeah, I think we're all local.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
When you're out on the road around the holidays, do you head home for the actual?
Actually, I'm going to be in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Is that good?
Some people going to be screaming Happy New Year through 3 teeth.
I went to a comedy show one year for New Year's Eve, and this was back in like maybe 2000 or 2001 or whatever. It was a blast. It was a really good time. So for the audience, it was enjoyable. I'm curious as to what the artist's perspective was.
I mean, I guess it depends on where you are.
Yeah.
But if I'm not somewhere major city, a la New York, or Philly, D.C., anywhere else is just
at Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne.
Well, the New Year's capital of the world is Fort Wayne. No, but to me, on all the years and the brief time I was doing stand up, a New Year's show was a crapshoot. It depended on how, as you would imagine, how bomb the audience was.
Yeah.
And if you got them early, you could make it work. But you were playing, the clock was ticking.
Hey, man, this is all about show me the money. Just show me the money, man.
So we all sort of collectively try and take vacation in and around the same time, and it usually happens around the same time of the years.
Right.
But for what you do you tend to vacation around the same time? Do you vacation?
Nah, I mean, for me, the vacation is depending on where I'm going.
Okay.
Like we just did a theater in Hawaii.
That sucks.
A little ways back. Yes,
Is that too bad?
So that's
Andy's down with that.
That's where I find the vacation.
I stayed extra. He left. I stayed an extra few days.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I wasn't leaving Hawaii until I got, some Hawaii activity.
Yeah.
Go get
one of those shaved ices and stuff. I'm not leaving until I get it all.
What constituted Hawaii activity for you that you had to get in?
It's shaved ice. I had to stick my feet in the water. What else did I do? I went to... now I'm going to forget the name of the restaurant. There's a restaurant that's right on the beach that everybody goes to in Honolulu. And
okay.
That was one of the
But
things.
he'd never been to Hawaii.
You never been?
I've been there a couple times. So.
And you guys know, and that's the thing about Hawaii, is it's phenomenal. It's like, why wouldn't you want to live here? And then you talk to the people there, and everything is like 9 times as expensive because everything has to be brought in.
Yeah,
so,
imported. Yeah. But when I got off the airport, left the airport, and I was driving to Honolulu proper, it looked like Jersey to me. I didn't care. It's only an island for the perspective outside when you're looking at it from a distance.
Do you want to hear the perfect? The first time I went to Hawaii, I kid you not. Sitting in front of me. My father was like one of these. He was a business executive. He had all these 10,000-mile and plus clubs for all the airlines because his company was paying him to fly. So sitting in front of me, friggin' Jack Lord from Hawaii 5-0. I'm like, it doesn't get more perfect than that. And that's the way to be welcome to Hawaii.
They got some thick toes in Hawaii.
Do they?
People got thick toes, man.
Yeah?
Them the thick toe people, man.
You notice that?
Yeah, I noticed that, man.
Are you a foot guy yourself or no?
I can be if the feet is right. You know what I mean? I do a joke now where I just talk about, I love when women get pedicures, and I think men, if they're going to wear open-toe shoes, should get pedicures too, because some dudes' feet look like they've been kicking 9/11 debris.
I get
You would agree right with you.
I just got another pedicure this week, and I really I'm superstitious about my sports teams, and I haven't gotten a pedicure since the Eagles started winning. They like a 10-game win streak.
Wow!
But like my toes were so long, my toe I could climb a cliff. So I ended up I bit the bullet and I got a pedicure this week. But
did they lose?
Not well. They play on Sunday.
It'll remain to be seen.
So we have a sports station down the hall, and I had to go talk to Tyrone, who does the afternoon show. I was like, and I needed to get his approval because I said if they lose, this can't be on me. But I died. Press is shaking his head.
His superstitions drive me up the friggin' wall. and if they lose, and you had gotten a pedicure, this is only going to galvanize your beliefs.
Yeah, I know. But I get pedicures because I wear sandals basically from Memorial Day through Labor Day.
There's still a black dude named Tyrone.
Yeah.
God, I don't think they made that name anymore.
He's got
to be in his 60s.
No, he's not.
He's 40s.
He's younger.
Really?
Yeah, he's younger than me.
Has that gone out of fashion, Tyrone?
Tyrone. They stopped making that name in '78.
This pedicure was brought to you by Tyrone.
Oh my God!
It's kind of true. I don't hear the name as much as I used to. Are you good at pampering yourself, both of you? Will you get a massage here and there?
I'm not a massage guy. That don't do nothing for me. But I do love a good. I get pedicures twice a month, man.
Do you, man? That's
okay.
Because if I don't get one, it's atrocious.
Okay.
But once I get it, I'm the Muhammad Ali of feet, man. I'm pretty big.
That's pretty big.
Let me ask you about this, though, Aries. I saw this, and I didn't get a chance to bring this up on the air, but there is somebody who's offering a service, essentially, and they're charging a lot for it. Yeah, they're called the Scratcher Girls. All right, so it was founded by this woman named Tony George, and it is the world's first professional back scratching studio.
Dude, I like that. Are you both down for a good back scratch?
Yeah, that feels good.
Yeah,
But as far as the actual massage, like the rubbing of the tissues and all, nah.
So this is $130 an hour.
That's stupid.
Yeah, that's stupid now.
But it comes with a
hand job.
That kind of money.
They scratch
the only way it should happen.
They scratch it first, and then they go.
Yeah, they scratch it, and then it's the pain first, and then the pleasure later. No, but they use environmental stuff like music and lighting and all this stuff, but yes, they're supposed to. They have really long nails.
Preston, didn't you?
I would be all over this.
Into that stretching service one
I
point?
did,
And,
yeah.
Isn't that ridiculously expensive?
It's very pricey.
They actually stretch you on
assisted stretching.
It's like the same pricing as a massage.
Yeah.
Okay, so
just
$60 an hour or something?
Oh no, more than
it's more than.
Where are you paying $60 for a massage?
No, it was like $90 an hour.
It's a place
Late night after 11, after 11 p.m.
It's behind a Jiffy Lube.
Hey, Preston, I noticed that you don't use a computer and you have like books of your research to do your show. No computer for you?
Oh, no,
right
it's
there.
right here.
Oh, it's right there.
It's right here. But I have found, and I know you guys do a podcast, and so when on the fly, when speaking, and we're live on the air, when you have your laptop and you go, oh, hang on, I got to find the place. And as you're doing these little fine movements with your hands to try and move that cursor around to get to the right spot, I can flap this stuff around and kill time and still talk about things. And look for,
I know.
So I find it to be easier to have.
Kids today just have it in their glasses and they just think it.
Yeah,
and it pops up.
exactly. It pops up. So
once you have your neural link set up, you're all good to go. Yeah.
So I'm analog with some stuff, but
Well, you guys with your podcast. I mean, also there's a different pentameter when you're doing a podcast, a little bit like this on a morning show, where a little bit faster. But do you enjoy doing the research? Do you enjoy,
it would probably be godsend if we could have somebody
do research.
The guy in the chair or an Alfred to our Batman that can help do that, because we try to do it while doing other things, and it can be a mess.
Yeah, well, I watched you guys. You did a really good take on that. We were just talking about the James Gunn, the trailer for the Superman.
I'm disgusted by that.
Are you?
Everybody's got their tongue wagging over this trailer. I can't stand it.
No?
I think this is going to be a disaster.
Okay.
First of all, that suit. With that suit is terrible.
They strayed too far.
Baggy.
Yep.
I don't like the logo.
Okay.
The S is terrible, and he's got a collar. Why does he have a collar? I think this dude is wrong. The suit is wrong. It's all wrong.
So, you and I, we are in sync on Zack Snyder and Mrs. Preston, Zack Snyder's Justice League. I got to tell you, I'm down with this.
Are you really?
I'm totally down with this. This guy. So listen, and I say this because James Gunn delivers. He does. So I know what you're saying, man, and I hear what you're saying. But when that riff on the John Williams theme kicks in.
With the guitar?
Yeah.
You're touching a classic.
Yeah.
Leave it alone. What we talked about on the podcast, I said with Christopher Reeve, who was the only Superman, I liked Henry Cavill, but Henry had the body, not the face.
Right.
And he wasn't as good to me as Clark Kent. But that John Williams score, that is beautiful.
Yeah.
That should be in every Superman remake. I don't care who you cast, but don't. The guitar, come on. What are you doing?
Well, it could be just for the trailer, but I mean, I tell you what, I'll be honest, Aries, I was tearing up a little bit. I'm like, because the iconic imagery of Superman, it is to me. So you have the two sides of the coin. I'm more a Batman guy because he's wounded and so on and so forth. But a Superman is what you aspire to be. It's like that. But anytime you have any sort of that image and the beaten down guy who comes back and saves everything and he's going to make it all right. And I think that's conveyed in this trailer. I really tied into it. Now, the proof will be in the movie. This is just a teaser trailer.
Even as Clark Kent, he's got the boy band hair. It's kind of poofy but curly. Look at that.
True.
Come on.
Here's the deal, though. Let me ask you this.
Alpaca cut.
What do you guys think? At least the hair looks different. So when you have people like investigative reporters like Lois Lane who can't discern between, and it's the classic Clark Kent and Superman when it's just a pair of glasses, at least I think he looks different, much more different as Clark Kent than he does as Superman.
I like him better as Clark than I do Superman, and it shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
Superman's the main course.
Right.
I'm not supposed to like the appetizer over the main course.
But let me ask, have you liked all of what James Gunn has produced thus far?
His biggest thing was Guardians of the Galaxy,
and did
right?
you love it?
I was a fan, but I'm not a fanatic of Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okay. What about Peacemaker? Did you enjoy Peacemaker?
I didn't see
The series,
Peacemaker.
John Cena, awesome,
No, I didn't see
friggin' awesome. He's had his misfires, but he wrote the screenplay for Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead. Kevin Gunn, so he's got chops.
Not Kevin Gunn.
James Gunn.
I'm not blown
Kevin Gunn
away
is
by
right there.
I'm not familiar with James Gunn like that. So I guess I'm not as fanatical as most people.
Aries does not. You don't mess with his classics. Aries going to be the first person in his buttered Timbs to go tell you to get off his grass. He does not. You do not mess with his classics. That's it.
There you go.
We
No,
have
I
this
appreciate-
argument on the pod all the time.
I appreciate the passion.
Christopher Reeve set the bar, and I understand things evolve, and you got to accept
He's
new
great.
stuff. But this dude feels wrong.
Henry
to me.
Cavill's my Superman, but Corn Sweat, this guy. He, by the way, he's a local guy. He's from Philly, so we'll see. We'll see.
And what's his last name again?
Corn Sweat.
Yeah, that's sexy. Corn Sweat.
What I see you played Blade in one of the Mad TV skits. Is there a superhero you would love to? I mean, if everything aligned, if the universe went your way, is there a superhero you'd like to take a crack at playing?
Oh, I'm not superhero.
Yeah, but if you could,
I would rather be the bad guy.
Yeah. Really?
That's just
So
more fun.
what bad guy?
Ooh,
who do you think is the most? Because did you watch the Penguin series?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Which I enjoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let me, as far as going back to take a crack at somebody, I still, if I could have it my way, give Ben Affleck his own Batman movie.
That's Steve's favorite Batman.
That's my favorite.
My
Batman.
favorite.
It's my favorite.
My favorite.
Yeah.
And people love to go Michael Keaton, and I get the nostalgia.
He's great. He's great.
Michael Keaton was cool. I liked, what's my man from the Nolan?
Christian Bale.
Yeah.
But it sounded like he always had what do you call them things? A retainer in his mouth.
Well, that's how he had to disguise his voice.
Yeah,
and then the Ben Affleck one actually had a voice changer.
And my biggest concern with Affleck was when they first announced it, what are they going to do about the Batman voice?
Yeah.
Because him and his regular voice, I don't know if I'll... But then when they added the voice modulator and that line where he goes, do you bleed?
Yeah.
You will. Do you bleed? Oh! Oh,
You will.
that gray suit, the bulkiness, the short horns.
Well, that's all. Frank Miller. That's all. That
he
that
was
look,
supposed
yeah.
to get his own movie, and I know people don't really give him enough credit, but I thought that Jared Leto as Joker was underrated,
especially
at the end of Zack Snyder's. At the very end.
Yes,
that coda is amazing. I've watched it. I don't know how many times.
I would have loved to have seen Jared get a fair shake. At Joker versus Ben Affleck's Batman.
Yeah.
Because undeniably,
hope it's going to happen.
That fight scene in the warehouse in Batman come on, man.
So
that fight scene solidified it, dude.
The first time we talked to Zack Snyder, got him on the phone, and now we have a sort of friendship with him.
Yeah.
That's as nuclear level fanboying as I've ever been on the air. And I had to bring up that warehouse scene.
Yeah.
And then he's talking about it, and he says that was everything was hung on that scene to really convey how much, because he loves this stuff. But what we always talk about this is that you could always interpret things different ways. People, was not sure about Rob Pattinson. I think The Batman is a great movie. I happen to be a big fan. You can take it in different ways and appreciate the separate. I don't even fold George Clooney.
He was just in a bad movie.
He was in a bad movie.
I thought he was a great Bruce Wayne. Perfect.
Yeah.
Good looking, the suave millionaire, billionaire.
Not his fault.
But even and we talked about it on the pod, I did not want to like Robert Pattinson.
Did you end up?
I did like him as Batman.
Yeah.
But the gothic Bruce Wayne, that killed it for me.
But the truth of the matter is, he's like 80% of the movie. He's in the costume. I mean, he's rocking.
Well, thank God.
Yeah.
But he's also a kid. It's the younger Bruce Wayne. It's not the adult Bruce Wayne. And when you talk about Clooney and then you look at Ben Affleck, with Ben Affleck, you could smell like he smoked cigarettes. You're looking at him and you go, that dude, you could smell the cigarette smoke on him. Like, he had the right.
The 5 o'clock shadow.
His talk, drunk. Alcoholic. I love all that stuff. I love all that dinged up. Yeah.
Don't you guys think that it's a bit of a mess though? Because we're talking about all these different characters, and excuse me, I think one thing that the MCU got right was like it's streamlined. You know which characters are in which movie, right? There are so many different Batman over the last 10 years. There are so many different Superman over the last 20 or so, and Jokers. Like they all have their strengths and weaknesses, right? But it gets like if you're a casual fan, you're like, wait, who's Batman in this one? Like,
I think what the mistake that DC made was they were trying to quickly catch up to what Marvel was doing.
Absolutely.
Because I think that if they had taken their time and did like Marvel over the course of 10 years to let the fans, there should have been a Cyborg movie.
Yes.
There should have been a Flash movie done properly.
Yeah.
It should have been Ben Affleck's own movie. And if everybody had their own right solo project and then bring it together for Justice League, especially Zack Snyder's version, it kills it.
And it would all fall apart on that Joker, the last Joker. So it doesn't make a difference if they would have got it right. They went and burned it all down.
When you have Batman and Superman, the two most iconic comic book characters, that's like having Jordan and Magic.
Right.
How do you screw this up? How do you not get this right? You got Jordan and Magic, man.
Right, yeah.
And Marvel was winning.
But this is the stuff that that fuels these conversations, fuels your podcast, to some level. What are you looking forward to, pop culture wise, and what do you think is shaping up to be something that you're really excited about? Since obviously the Superman movie's not it.
I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm really hoping I'm wrong. But just from what I saw, I'm seeing everybody geeking out on TikTok. Oh, the trailer! Oh my God! I'm going.
Listen, I take it for what it does viscerally. We do like. Listen, they crapped all over the Eternals. I watched the Eternals. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't great, but I liked it. So I take everything. The Flash movie was not great, but it had moments.
Yeah.
So what I don't like is laziness when they're just phoning it in and like you're just watching tons of special effects and they've got that effects wall that they're all clearly.
What did you think about Deadpool Wolverine?
I thought it was great.
Loved it.
I thought it was amazing.
Yep.
We all did.
Yeah.
That's
Dude,
how
when
you
he put the yellow thing down.
Oh, man.
Oh, it was like finally.
Yep.
They gave you what you wanted, man.
That's it.
Oh.
And Gambit finally.
They finally did Gambit right. I was really stoked about that. And
What's the actor who plays Gambit? Who was it?
Channing Tatum.
And that's the part that he wanted because of where he's from. So
Yes.
that all made sense. And if it wasn't for him, I don't think they get it to that level.
You might actually have a Gambit movie because of Deadpool and Wolverine.
And then when they brought in Blade, it was just like, oh,
Dude,
man.
listen, Wesley Snipes could do another. Maybe he is the sort of the Mr. Miyagi for a younger Blade.
Yeah.
But he could clearly do it. I mean, because people forget that original movie, that Blade, that rocked, and you hadn't seen a commitment. You'd seen stuff, but that superhero, that version of Blade, in that bloodbath rave scene,
right?
You were crapping yourself.
Well, a lot of people give Robert Downey Jr. the credit for starting the whole Marvel. But really, it was Blade.
Yeah.
Because he was the first Marvel dude. He came before Iron Man.
Yeah.
So, I that kind of gets swept under the rug, which, the black man not getting the credit deserved, bothered me a little bit. But Blade started it all, man.
Hey, I want to go back to the Gambit, Wolverine and Gambit, or I'm sorry, Deadpool and Wolverine, and then having Gambit in that. But as excited as I was, that's my second favorite Marvel character. My first is Wolverine, and see Gambit blew me away. But when they flipped the script on Chris Evans and what you thought was going to happen, and it turned out to be Johnny Blaze, I was like, oh my God. Ryan Reynolds, he's just a genius. He knows how to dangle it out there.
He knows how to sell that
bring it
sarcasm
home.
and that.
But Marvel has fun. That's the difference.
Yes.
Marvel's having a good time, and DC is trying to be something else. Marvel is always having a good time. That's why you can have Ryan Reynolds in there, because he makes it fun.
But DC, they got punked because they were going dark. And I think people complained, meaning the studio, and said, be more like Marvel. And then, of course, they came out with the Josh Whedon Justice League, which was a joke. And it's like, dude, it's okay to be dark. If Marvel was going to be the fun people, let them be the fun people. Why can't you be dark? I like the darkness.
Yes.
Kath, why don't you take it from
here?
I think
she'll go on and on.
We in the treehouse. We're in the treehouse.
We have a no girls allowed sign.
Backwards ass.
She's down there looking up like, can I come up?
Did you like the musical The Joker then? Did you like that
You know
one?
what? Listen, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, I
because
can't even
she didn't see it.
Yeah.
I started watching it. I probably made it about a half hour, 45 minutes in. I was watching it as I was falling asleep. I was enjoying it.
The musical Joker?
Yeah, the Folie à Deux?
Yeah, listen,
Sir,
there's
as you leave, put down your man card and your Buffalo Wild Wing coupon. And you're not allowed back.
Am I not allowed to like that?
Well, you love musicals. Musicals are for women and homosexuals.
There was a good story there, but they messed it up with them. I didn't understand what they were doing.
Men don't want to see singing.
All right, so I didn't.
I have to disagree. Listen, they're I gotta tell you,
Picture
man.
Rocky the musical. I'm gonna win the fight. Like, come on, stop it.
Did you see La La Land?
No, of course not.
Dude,
I'm heterosexual.
No, I am, but listen. Give me American in Paris. Give me Singing in the Rain. Give me The Sound of Music.
By the way, there was a Rocky musical. It did not last long.
It was
There you
hard on
go.
stage.
There you go.
My issue with this is that the movie, which I have not seen, is apparently Todd Phillips, right?
Yeah.
Basically pissed off that he's making the second movie and totally undercutting everything about the first movie. I watched the original movie once. It's like the movie Eraserhead. I think that's all I needed to see it. It was such a depressing character study and such a dour. And I'm fine with dark, but I'm like, I think I've spent enough time with this character. And then to go back into it, did you both see the second Joker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
what'd
you think of it? What'd you think of it?
I like the first. I don't care how dark it is because the story. I mean, when. Okay, I'll say that this sounds so depressing, but when things go wrong in the world and we're like, why?
Yeah.
Why? And we want these answers, and there's no answers. That's the answer.
So no, and I appreciated that. Like, and again, it can be, I don't mind it being, dour and down, but I mean, for some reason, and I'll watch movies over and over again. I was done. I got the first Joker. I'm sad. And I think Preston hit you the same way as well, right? It's like, I'm done.
Yeah. I mean, I was intrigued by it. I thought it was really well done.
Really well done.
It was a sad descent.
Yeah.
It's sad, but it also gives you who this old. I think of all the villains.
Yeah.
Who's the most. I think Joker is the top.
The most twisted up.
Yeah, and it shows it, and then it gives you that room to work where you see Jared Leto's approach to it. And I thought that was amazing that he went completely different, kind of found the comic book character from the cartoons and put that into what he did.
Were you guys blown away at Colin Ferguson's transformation?
Colin Farrell.
Yeah. Wrong phrase.
Yeah, that was amazing.
It was, so it's completely different.
Yeah.
That prosthetic, he's unrecognizable, unbelievable performance. I mean, all that. In fact, he had physical things going on that it's like, how do you learn that? How do you instinctively do that?
Yeah, I mean, and plus he's got a thick Scottish accent.
Yeah.
So to not only look completely different, but to be divorced from what you know he really sounds like.
It's just astonishing. Yeah.
I think he took it to another level, too, on the series than he did even in the movie.
Much
it was
more.
Way more.
Way
more.
Yeah.
I have to disagree with one thing you said. Because listen, I've known about Joker for basically my entire life. So it was for the longest time, it was Joker and Lex Luthor were the best villains. And then I met Thanos. And that guy is...
Josh Brolin?
Dude... Listen, man, and again, Steve, and I learned this from you, like that whole mustache twirling. When he sits down at the end of Infinity War, and he sits down and he just breathes that sigh of relief,
and that sly smile,
yeah, but because he felt like he had done the universe a service, not because he was like,
the most troubling villains are the ones that think we're going to do. Like, it's like I always point to the Cenobites in the movie Hellraiser. They think, you're going to love this. We're going to rip your flesh apart, and it's going to be incredible. And you're going to, but I mean that is the antithetical. I think it's great. I think Thanos is definitely way up there. But I think that when you think of the most iconic comic book villain, who do you immediately think of?
Joker. Joker and
Lex.
Yeah.
And listen, man, I always said, a couple people said he might have been too old, but to me it was like I hated Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor. I said to me,
I was okay with him.
The perfect Lex Luthor should have been Billy Zane.
Billy Zane.
Oh, okay.
Imagine Billy, like his character from Titanic. That energy, that Rose. I thought you would come to me. Just picture him bald and Superman.
Did you see the Bordello of Blood? He plays a demon guy who is an evil character, bald head.
Right.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
But when you look
great.
at the Superman cartoons,
yeah.
To me, it's just I picture Billy Zane with that bald head and that delivery and that tone, and we must kill Superman.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Did you watch any of the Superman and Lois series?
You know what? I'm late to that party. Now you don't mean the one with I know there's two.
So this is not
with Terry
Hatcher.
No, this is the recent one. Yeah,
I just started looking at that.
They actually did some good stuff on them. They rewrote the lore and legend.
Yeah.
But the stuff they got right, like the first time you see him as Superman, he looks like he does on the cover of the first Superman comic book. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, I always think, and I think you agree with me on this, Preston. It's hey, what do you have? How you? Somebody says we're going to try it this way. Great, let's see what you can do with it. I'm never like, no, you can't do it that way. Interpret it your way.
Yeah.
And listen, as a video gamer, to me, the greatest, and I don't know if you're really into video games.
Yes, the Arkham games.
The Arkham games, but that's Spider-Man 2.
Oh, I'm in the middle of it right now.
Oh, my
PS5.
God!
I'm about 75% of the way done with it. It's phenomenal.
So I'm saying that to say
playing
this. The one big complaint has always been about Superman. Why can't they get it right?
Yeah.
Like, why don't we ever have a Superman video game? Imagine an open world Superman game like Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Superman flying through the city with the detail. But whether it's a movie, whether it's a video game, they go, Superman is just so challenging because nothing can beat him.
He's too all powerful. You need to have more flaws and it'd be. You can't. Superman going around and beating up regular thugs on the street is going to be boring.
It's not going to be
because he can just blow at them and they fall over.
Every battle is a major boss battle, and you can't have. It's too much. I think the Arkham games and the Spider-Man games are the pinnacle of how you handle superhero video games, and that whole Arkham realm, those series of games.
Yeah.
They're just tremendous.
That Spider-Man is beautiful, isn't it?
I love it.
Dude, how many times do you love just climbing up a building and jumping
Well,
off?
and now, in fact, you have a wingsuit. With it too is awesome.
Or if you once you beat the game and you get all the Spider-Man costumes, you could do the Raimi suit.
Yeah.
You could do the classic Tom Holland suit.
Yep.
And I must have played that game 40 times, man. Oh my God, it's beautiful.
They nailed it. They did a great job.
All right, well, listen, we got a wrap, gang. This has been Superhero Talk.
Can I ask one last question? Can I ask just one last question to go out on?
Please.
And it's just dumb, but since we had this whole conversation, I just want to know, how does Superman have sex with Lois Lane and not kill her?
I know.
She gets on top. That's why.
Ask Tyrone.
No. She's got to do all the work.
I think that one of the things they may not touch on is not only does Superman have super strength, super agility, all of those abilities, but he also has the power to control them to any sensitivity at which he
Because he would forever be murdering people simply by handshaking them.
Just by that.
I think he's got super. I think he has super control over his ability to control his.
Yes,
his
you
strength.
say that, but just because I just want to if he was going to get there,
finish.
How do you stop that from just blowing her right off?
That's true. That's true.
This has been the most nerdy conversation. So can I just pump these dates really quick? So we only have tickets available for Saturday 4:30 and Sunday 9 p.m.
Okay.
All the other shows are sold out. And also, please subscribe to our podcast, Spears and Steinberg, available on all streaming platforms and on our YouTube channel, Spearsberg Pod. Hit like and subscribe.
I derailed it, but yeah, you're hilarious. Your stand-ups, you're one of our absolute favorite, and this is going to be, hey, man, you're killing it here locally.
Yeah.
So, adding shows and stuff.
Thank
so,
you.
Yeah.
Kathy, next time, be prepared, baby.
I was just going to say, you be prepared. We'll talk about shopping or something like that.
Okay.
Oh, Yellowstone. She's a big Yellowstone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ari Spears and Andy Steinberg. See you at Helium Comedy Club. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve. A lot of blushes and roses in there, those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I going to put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh my God! Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah, Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right, and get a
Yeah,
different.
sure. Of course.
Yeah.
That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple, this plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy. Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah. Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going yoo-hoo, and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
This is just.
Oh, this is so. I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes! Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant.
You feel more
I feel prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying. Having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh, my God.
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walking along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing about.
Oh, my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yours-
you have better
but
lipstick,
This is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So, she said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh, no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people that are
you
there.
might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But,
Yeah.
but it's, yeah.
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not
he,
for me.
he can do it, though. He'll-
Now,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My
Yeah.
grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my
Had
gosh.
the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like
no,
an actress
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like, it's sort of just like a neutral lip color, like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda
Linda
Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
Now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they go. They'll jut the lower
Kind
lip.
of pouting a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to take a poop.
Pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check a perp. Check this picture now. Yeah, I've indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they're recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor.
Yeah.
A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one. But he did Jurassic World.
Yeah.
And his,
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. and the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And like friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
Okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot or scoring rather the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and
Absolutely.
characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does.
Yes.
So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Newman. I Love LA. Yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So anyhow, so we show up, and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place, and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on. So we just walk in, and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, like everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. He was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside. He invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
We do it? Yeah,
here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
It was one day.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think, just shy of a week.
Oh, for the week, I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this
How
past
was
week.
traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at. Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah.
It sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah, blah, blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
Yeah, that's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a whole bunch of cops with a lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. I'm looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. He sounded like a New York cop.
MMR.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Love having our next guest in the studio. He's actually going to perform for us this morning. Brought one of his best friends with him as well. We would like to welcome his triumphant return to the Preston and Steve Show, Justin Guarini.
It is amazing to be back, friends. Thank you so much for having me back. This is awesome.
How long is it? Was it about like a year and a half, 2 years?
Yes.
What? Last time? Last time, yeah.
Time is a flat circle, friends. As you all know, because you're running on fumes. I'm so excited. This is your last show for the year. How's it been?
Today?
The year.
Today's been good.
Yeah.
We had the Connoisseur. We talked about Batman for Superman.
Yeah.
It's been weird.
It's been a good year.
Yeah.
I thought this year was great. I have a hard time when I try to think back of, when you do that year-end memory. What did we do this year? What had happened? It's a blur to me.
Time
always,
stops when Justin leaves. So
Oh no, I understand.
I did an Instagram reel at the end of the summer, and it was just a reel of like photos and videos from the summer. I couldn't believe how much I jammed into Memorial Day to Labor Day.
Yeah.
And that was just like 15 weeks.
Yeah.
You know what
Why
I mean?
do you think that is? Why do you think now that like it just feels like every day is kind of like Groundhog's Day, right? And like we just keep putting one foot in front of the other, and we make it here, and we're like, man, what the heck did I? Who am? Where?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, everybody.
Do you know what I had to teach myself to do? And it was something that I was woefully inadequate at doing, which is I would, in anticipation of things I had to do coming up, I was losing the day I was living at that point. So you get so caught up in, I got to do this, I got to do this. And you're not just, you're not just pausing and enjoying what's happening right now. And the more you do that, the more you force yourself. It'll get here when it gets you. There's nothing. You just handle it when it comes, and you move along.
Well, and you got stuck in traffic on the way into work.
I was just going to say that. And, Kathy was talking about 76. I drove past that.
Oh, you did the accident?
And so actually, I can give you a little breaking news here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, as long as I'm not breaking any
Give me an
laws to do
update.
that. So here's the update, friends. Unfortunately, there was a Tesla that managed to somehow not flip, but you know how there's the barrier in between,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
The traffic. Its wheels were up on it. So it was up on its side. Somehow, like it had tried to do some sort of movie stunt sort of thing. So first of all, I mean, obviously, prayers for whoever was in the car. We hope they're safe. But like, it was impressive.
Right.
Yeah, it was really impressive. But speaking of what you're talking about, like taking that time, Waze was taking me on 76. And as I'm getting there, I'm like, 76 is never good.
Never.
Why are we but I'm like, oh, technology probably knows something I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, fine. Like a lemming, I go down and it's stuck. And I get there and I'm like, oh man, I got to be on the show. This is exciting. And I want to get angry.
But you let it breathe.
But then I'm just like, what can I do?
What can you do?
Bizarrely, even when the Schuylkill is as backed up as it is, sometimes that's your best option, and it's horrible. I hate that fact, but there's a lot of those side streets don't get
You know, it'd be a hell of, especially at your local, would be cool as if you just pulled over occasionally when you're in an accident. It's okay, I'm Justin Guarini.
It's just take a megaphone out. That's great. Be great. Just sing some tunes. Do the Carlton, and just like, at least make it entertaining that you got to sit in the parking
So
lot.
on Monday or Tuesday, I can't remember Wars Day. I had to go to Delaware to pick something up, and I overrode Waze on my way home.
Oh, no.
No. Dude, Waze should have said, I'm sorry. Because when I turned off at 95 and didn't go on 476, I ended up going down 452. And I saw it. The time went down by 3 minutes.
Wow.
Waze should have been like, dude, my bad. You know what I mean?
And there's something to be said for like the balance of trusting technology and trusting your instincts.
No, it's absolutely true. It's I'll override it myself.
Well, I want to mention also, I said that Justin's buddy is here, and we want to welcome Cole Simcox. Along with you. You guys been friends for a long time?
Forever. A long time, at least since high school. And like have been on adventures. I mean, as I was going through American Idol, as I was going through everything, like he was like the one guy, I was like, dude, let's go to LA. He's like, fine, let's drive it.
Yeah, we packed up my Volkswagen.
Yeah.
And drove.
Hole in the
So
it was
just
the
spur of the
loudest
moment,
thing.
that's what you guys have always been?
No, I mean, we just made the trip, and like I just know that like I can count on this guy, whether I'm in a situation like this with the lights, the cameras, and stuff like that, or just like hanging out.
So there's a charity event we're going to talk about. It has to benefit from Cole's wife. But real quick, before we get into that, since we do talking about that, Cole, when he got on American Idol, and he was making it up the ranks towards the end.
Yep.
I mean, that show kind of came out of nowhere, and then the next thing you know, it was the biggest thing in America. What was going on as your buddy is doing this? That'd have blown your mind.
Yeah. Knowing his gifts, it was predictable that he'd be on it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you kind of rolled your eyes like, oh, here we go again.
And that's what I love about it.
Yeah, he positioned himself perfectly, and it was a beautiful moment for us as friends to support him. And
here you now are forcing Teslas off the road. It's
Great. But you know what? There's something to be said for, whatever you get. When you have the lights, camera, fame, I hate that word because whatever. But like to have people like you who are just like, you're a freaking idiot.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Keep you grounded, right?
Listen, look at all the people that have gone through the entire process of American Idol over the years. I'm talking about the people that made it to Hollywood, not just the people that auditioned, right? Not the people that they made fun of and made fools of, in the beginning. And I'm glad that they've kind of gotten away from that, because that was like the kind of thing. It was like, oh, we're just gonna let you do your thing, but we're gonna make fun of you on the back end of this. There are so many insanely talented people. And in particular, I'm thinking of a woman named Amber Fiedler. I was sleeping. I was literally asleep while she was auditioning for American Idol. And her voice woke me up. And she was pregnant when she was singing. Wow. And then she made it to Hollywood and maybe Hawaii. And then that was it. But like, here is a supremely talented singer, right? And then she hasn't had much of I feel bad saying this, but she hasn't had much of a musical career since then. Like, what is that factor?
But what's interesting is that I got onto it before there was this thing called social media. There was MSN message boards, where people would be like, you suck on that. And so that hasn't changed. But the interesting thing is that when you get on the show, and if you understand that that is such a huge opportunity to break out from, because look, everybody has the opportunity to be famous now because you have a cell phone in your hand or a computer or whatever. And when you have those opportunities, you have to take advantage of them. And you can if you give me 100 fans who will buy anything I put out, come to any concert I go to, and I will outpace someone with 100,000 fans who are kind of like, meh, you know what I mean? But again, it's mixing the idea of like, I don't make it just because I get on the show. I make it because I'm hungrier than everybody else. Right? That's the thing. And so good for her. She had that opportunity. And look, on the business end of it, she made some money because there's royalties. You have to get paid if you're on TV. And hopefully she took that and she did something with it. But at the end of the day, that experience of being on the stage and being on the TV, there's nothing like it.
Well, listen, I want to touch on the event Sunday. You're performing. It's at historic Stonebrook Farm is where this is taking place.
Yeah.
So this is a benefit. It's a fundraiser. Cole, your wife, Christy, has had she's had a difficult battle with cancer over the years. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. In 2017, she was diagnosed with stage 3 colorectal cancer and then beat that, but stage 3 breast cancer came 2 years later, now stage 4.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
And so are you guys raising funds for medical care?
Yes.
Okay. The event is on Sunday, and this is is it a formal? It says cocktail-a-tear, kind of a dress-up fun event?
Yeah, I'd say seasonal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seasonal.
Dress like Santa Claus.
You know what's really funny? I'll give a little backstory about this. I talked to Cole about this, and I was like, you know what, man? Why don't we just it's almost like one of those things where oh no, the the barn's gonna be sold. I know, we'll put on a show. One of those things. And so I was like, yo, why don't we just get in a house and gather some friends together? I'll put it on social media. We'll do it live. It'll be great. And he was like, yeah. And then the next morning he calls me. He's like, okay, we've got a wedding venue, we've got a barn, we've got it turned into a real production.
Yeah, it turned into something bigger than it should have been.
So but it's
going to be beautiful.
Let me ask you, because with the treatments and all the stuff that are available, and it says that there are some treatment options that might be a little bit financially out of reach. So that's what you're looking to do here. Prognosis-wise, obviously, it's serious. And so you want to try every option you can. And it can be frustrating when you can't access. Everyone knows that. So that the money will go to that as well, correct?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
So and it's just like, I want to come, I want to sing, I want to support my friend, and he and Christy have 2 amazing boys, and just this time of year, the fact that at the end of your year, guys, that you would invite us in and put up the donations on the website, the place to click for donations. So if you're listening to this and you're just like, hey, I want to help support, you can just go right to the Preston and Steve website.
Yeah, this is a happy time of year for a lot of people, but it's important to remember that it's also a really hard time of year for a lot of people as well.
Yes,
exactly.
Most definitely.
Support one another and come together.
To give you a little taste of the type of entertainment you're going to get, you're going to perform a song for us? Take a sip of water.
I know, it's shocking.
It's weird, though, because in a way, whereas Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, you are our teacher, and now we've become the masters. Are you nervous performing in front of us?
The River Valley Vocal Band, the reputation has gone far and wide across the Delaware Valley.
I'm sure that ends up in every conversation.
It does. Just being mentioned in the same sentence.
Like George Martin had to, the Beatles always came up.
Exactly. I'm happy just to be nominated.
There are some of those groups that have been influential to great people and never really made it themselves.
Exactly.
River Valley Vocal Band. What song are you going to perform now?
That's What Christmas Means to Me.
Okay, great. Excellent. All right, we're going to get music from Justin Guarini. Remember, the show is Sunday, December 22nd, this coming Sunday. It's a 7 to 10 p.m. show at the historic Stone Brook Farm. You can go to PrestonandSteve.com and get all the information and buy your tickets. So let's get some music. Justin Guarini on NMR.
Burning low, lots of mistletoe, lots of snow and ice everywhere we go. Choir singing carols right outside my door. All these things and more, darling, that's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, yeah. You know what I see your smiling face like I've never seen before. Even though I love you madly, it seems I love you more. The little cards you give me will touch my heart for sure. All these things and more, baby, that's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, I feel like running wild. And hey, as a little child, greet you beneath the mistletoe, kiss you once and then some more, and wish you a Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas, baby. And such happiness in the coming year. Whoa. Let's deck the halls with holly, sing sweet silent night, fill a tree with angel hair and pretty, pretty lights. We'll go to sleep and wake up just before first light. All these things and more, my baby, that's what Christmas means to me, my love. And more, baby, that's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, WMM, all rockin' all year long, That's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, the Eagles win in the Super Bowl, yes. Don't you know? That's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, yes. My kids let me sleep in just this once, yeah. That's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, carols for a cure filling my heart, yeah. Oh, that's what Christmas means to me, my love. Oh, yeah.
That's terrific. Justin Guarini,
Hey,
if you're
thanks.
just tuning in. Damn, you are so good.
Hey, man, I have fun. It's not the River Valley Vocal Band.
No.
But honestly, if you were nervous, I couldn't tell. Yeah.
It's no little sweet either.
No, well, yeah. Listen!
You mean,
Don't worry about him. He's always in our hearts. Don't worry. Hey. Yeah, but
I have
we
a
always have.
whiteboard. Bless your heart. But the nervous is okay.
Yeah.
That's the thing. The moment I'm not nervous, then I'll know like it's time to hang it up.
Well, listen, that's what fuels you. But you're a pro. So obviously this is the main focus right now, and I think it's going to be a great time. And obviously the information is on PrestonandSteve.com. But obviously you're always involved in shows and things like that, and Broadway and off Broadway. What is happening in your current resume?
Oh man, well I get to work for Disney as this little mischievous character called Cat Burglar on Super Kitties. And so there's this guy. Yeah, it's like
That
the
is
number
awesome.
one kid show right now. It's super sweet. So I play this guy, Cat Burglar, and he steals some stuff and it's not really all that great. But at the end of the day, he knows that what he does is wrong and he apologizes for it. And so it's really fun. And I love voiceover work.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
So then I'm still singing and doing things on stage, but I took the past 20 plus years of what it is that I love to do, and I co-founded a business, and now I get entrepreneurs, business owners, CEOs on stage and teach them how to deliver keynote speeches without being boring.
Let me tell you something.
Okay.
In this day and age, and we just went through something that has created a lot of people that have robbed them of their social and communication skills.
Yeah.
And the pandemic and all of that stuff, people forgot how to communicate, how to look into people's eyes. And it is an essential tool of getting things done. So that is going to be a gold mine for you.
Justin, how did you get the Little Sweet gig? Where did that come from? And did you have any idea that it was going to be something that had the life that it did?
Yeah, you know what? I was in Wicked on Broadway for 9 months, commuting back and forth because my kids were little at the time. So I'm going between the home in Doylestown and New York. And so I basically am done that show. And it's fourth quarter. I'm I'm going to enjoy my holidays. My agent calls me up and says, hey, there's this audition for this show. And I was like, no. And she said, yes, do it. I said, no. Yes, no, yeah, duck season, rabbit season, duck season. And eventually I got my face blown off and I was like, okay, fine. And I went and I just went into the room and there's this episode of Friends where Joey walks into the audition room and he's got this black turtleneck and the black jacket and he's like, I'm feeling good about myself. He walks in and everybody's got a black turtleneck on and a black leather jacket, right? Well, it was the opposite for me because everybody looked like a rock star from the 80s and I'm walking in looking not that. And so I'm thinking, I'm never going to get this gig. Long story short, I walk into the room. It's just a camera and then some scripting up on a TV, so I don't even have to think. And I'm thinking, well, I came all the way up here. I'm just going to have a good time.
Yeah.
Which I use now to tell people, get on the stage and have fun because it's supposed to be fun. Anyway, I get in front of the camera and I'm I'm just going to enjoy myself. And so I start... It's singing things. I started singing dialogue. I was just having a good time, making this crazy character, and I don't care, whatever it is. And basically, I was done that. Never gonna have to do that again. Somebody else is gonna get it. And then, long story short, I went back in again, and they called me that night. They're like, we need you on a plane the next day. You're going to get fit over the weekend.
Wow.
And then Monday we're going to start. And then 7 years later,
the spots were friggin' hilarious. We
so
pushed
much fun.
at some point, if there's any sort of, listen, you could do a YouTube series on it. You could do, YouTube is, honestly.
Call Dr. Pepper Cure folks and let them know.
Not only was it the props and things, the outsized props that are around you and all this stuff, it's just hilarious.
I want to ask about Wicked, though, because who was your alphabet when you were on Broadway?
My alphabet was Christine Dwyer and Jenny Barber was my Glinda. Two people who you would in the Broadway know who they are,
Well
right?
known,
well known there. Yeah. And It's a phenomenal show.
It
was
is.
so much fun. I'm so glad it got like that Cynthia and oh my
Arrivo,
goodness, like,
yeah.
yeah, and Ariana, like they were so. I'm just so glad it got its due because it's amazing.
I saw it here with Jessica Vosk.
We're watching
and-
Little
Sorry,
Sweet.
I'm sorry to interrupt. on the big screen in here, they're rolling all
Pause
these
this
little
real
sweet
quick. Yeah,
clips.
pause this real quick. Right where it
so
was, right
funny.
there. So what's so interesting is that they shrink me down.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm like 6 foot, but I'm like 3'5" in this thing. And so they will film what's called a plate of the actors on the couch, like talking like they're talking to me, like I'm actually laying across their laps, right? And they're talking to one another. And then they'll put me on this big green screen, green covered thing that has like 4 humps, like 4 legs, right? And I'm laying on this thing and talking to people that don't exist. And we're having such a fun time. And I guarantee you, 90% of the things that you will see on the TV were the ad libs that we just came up with at the time.
Of course.
Okay.
The stuff is sharp. It's
There's
sharp.
one line in one where he go, "Oh, why don't you have yourself a cupcake?"
Did your kids dress up as Little Sweet for Halloween?
No, my kids did not.
Oh,
But there are
okay. My
certain
friend
kids that
Pat's
did.
kid. Okay, all right. I
Certain
got a
kids
text message.
did,
Okay.
yeah. But like, how cool is that?
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
awesome.
Like, I don't take any of that for granted because like the fact that kids and people would dress up as like a soda commercial character.
Yes,
but
yeah.
It's just fun. And like I was doing things that I do for my kids when they won't do something I want. I'll joke around with them. And it just goes to show you when you get on the radio station here, when you get on the stage and you just bring your unique vibe and you're willing to be vulnerable enough to just try something that you never tried before.
There was a breakdown. It was the other day. It was kind of a weird approach, but it was sobering. And I forget who had done it. It's a gentleman's voice I couldn't quite place, but he was reciting it about your life. And he kind of puts it in perspective. Like, who are you living for? Yeah. And it seems dour and down. He says, after you die, this is what's going to happen. And that people remember you, and then within like a couple of days, something will be on the TV that'll make them laugh, and they'll, and basically saying, it all ineluctably moves on. So basically making you say, so who are you living for? Yeah. And why are you not going up on that stage? And why are you not seizing the moment? Yeah. You know, and when you put it into that perspective, but he had to sort of paint it in a, things move along without you.
Yes.
Yeah.
You better take advantage of it while you have the time to do it.
But okay, so I'll give you a perfect example of that in my life. When I was 6 years old, I was at the Jackson's Victory Tour. So that's in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Fulton County Stadium when it existed then. And so the Jackson 5 are adults. Michael is not Michael yet. It's still the 80s, right? He's big, but he's not like 90s stratospheric Michael. And I remember being there and seeing the lights, the smoke, the costumes, the choreography, the music, all that stuff. And at 6, I just pointed up to the stage, said it to myself. I was like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
And so I spent all this time doing all that at the school and all the other things that everybody does. And then I end up getting on American Idol. All that happens. And then I'm on tour, the Idol tour, and 30,000 people are screaming my name as I'm coming up on this lift in the stage with all the smoke effects and stuff like that. And what I realize is that I really hope that because I said I want to do that and I just did it, made all the mistakes and everything else along the way, I hope there was somebody in the audience who pointed at me or some of the other people up on the stage and said, I want to do that.
That's how it goes.
And that's like, and that's the cycle, you know? And if you are willing to be vulnerable enough to give yourself permission to go up there and feel your feelings and sing your songs or do whatever it is, then you're actually giving the audience permission to do the same thing.
Yep.
Right? And you're inspiring them, oh, maybe I can try that. And then that's the thing. That's how you live on even long
That's
after
as
you're
lucid, because that's it. It's about giving yourself permission. Yeah. And I talk about that all the time. You know, years ago when I had done some therapy and that notion of, you know, give yourself permission to be human. Give yourself permission to be afraid. Give yourself, you know, but don't deny yourself things and opportunities because it's counterproductive.
Yeah, look at all the people who've done anything of significance.
Yeah. Well, you know what else feels good, Justin, is paying it forward. And a few years ago, I asked you to do a Big Climb Philly with me, and we helped raise a lot of money for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, and I will always be grateful to you for that. My nephew Luke is doing really well.
Good.
He's cancer-free and in remission. And Cole, you have friends like Justin in your life to help out with organizations like and things like you're going through. And that's just it's a good thing. It's a good feeling. And so I'm sure the moment you asked him to be a part of it, he just said yes.
Actually, it was his idea.
Oh, wow.
There you go.
Yes.
I had the idea, but I made him present itself.
Yeah, but you know what?
Don't tell me you said, do you have Kelly Clarkson's number?
Speed dial 1. So remember that? Remember that, friend?
Yes, remember that?
Clay Aiken.
Get him on the clay phone.
There you go. Clay phone. Yeah.
By the way, Justin, when he walked in the studio, he came over and said, "Hi, Clay Aiken."
No, I really asked. I said, when Prince and Jack Sparrow have a baby, can I have the next one? I wanted Little Sweet.
Phenomenal.
At the end of the day, to your point, Steve, it's like I was watching this something on social media, and it was Oprah talking to somebody, and like, what makes a good life? And he was talking all of those stuff. And at the end of the day, like the way he broke it down was like love. It's just like how much love you give, how much love you allow yourself, give yourself permission to receive.
Right.
And the number one reason why I'm doing what I'm doing and singing on Sunday and raising as much, just as much support as we can for Cole and Cole's wife and their kids and their entire family is because I absolutely love them. They're amazing people. They have been so wonderful to me throughout my life. They have been the people who have not seen me as Justin from American Idol, Justin from Broadway, Justin from blah, blah, blah. They just saw me as Justin. And they treated me like that when a lot of other people just didn't or couldn't.
Right.
And for that and so many other things and my love of you, buddy, and your fam, it is such a pleasure to be doing this on Sunday and
Thanks,
to be
buddy.
here helping to support.
Well, quick question, if I may. So if you go to the show, but you can obviously donate regardless.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
you can donate regardless, right on the Preston and Steve website. All you got to do is if you don't come to support at the show, there's going to be a silent auction. There's going to be great networking, but and a concert.
Yeah.
But you can just go to the Preston and Steve website, hit donate right there, and just support this year. And thank you.
Awesome.
Help out if you can. And we have, Justin say, all the links in PrestonandSteve.com. But the event, if you do want to make it to the event, if you can't, obviously just make a donation. That'd be great. But if you can make it to the event Sunday, 7 to 10 at historic Stonebrook Farm. Where's Stonebrook Farm? What part of town is that in?
It's north of Doylestown and Percy.
Okay. Or it's in Bucks County.
Yep, Bucks County.
All right. Excellent.
Is it in fact made of stone?
It is.
Parts of it are, yes.
It is indeed.
True to the name.
There we go.
It is wonderful to see you, Justin. It's great to meet you guys. Thank you so much for being
guys.
here. Have a great holiday. And we love you. All right. Justin Guari and Cole Simcox. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. It said our pilot program, Drug Sniffing Bearded Dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Did they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? Dogs will sit or they'll do some sort
You
of.
got something over here. I think it smells a bit like meth. I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah.
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah,
I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, listen.
Listen, yes, heading off to college, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given. And part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
it's
that.
It's the best. No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because then you're just going to... Do you want them going through life scared? No. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with.
Right. Let me go to... Hang on. Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, growing up, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I... wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down, and they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter, and I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
You know, like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's
I
so
can't stop
jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
and my big gulp cup,
and I was single. And I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, it's so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know, the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home.
It's like mulch.
Is that what it smells like?
It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No,
now.
are we correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I just
All right.
might.
Well, hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian. Regardless, you will always be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that
all to work, and you know the counterbalance. Too, you weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor, and the person that you are, that made us really say, "This is a good man too." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, you know, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. I'm an artist, Steve. Thank you, man.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
it's true.
Look, I am so. First of all, I'm appreciative of that. You know, those compliments. I got to say though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done, but we were very blessed to have such a great cast, you know, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would like try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity, and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn
alligator bit my hand.
Oh my! So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
by whom?
By Adam Sandler.
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. You know, I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that predator arm, if you were to hold that up just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, you know, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, you know, like stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand, and the arms jumping up and down, you know.
Dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, you know. But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, you know? So it's like, it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, you know, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, you know, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, you know, and he was asking about, you know, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh, man. It's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
You know, in my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age. What it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities. You know, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I mean, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for his
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, yeah, Tom, I know Tom's reputation not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, you know, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, you know, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention. Just a little bit, you know. So, you know, I mean, you know, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, you know, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, you know. And, you know, running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, you know, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, you know, and the guy from, you know, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, you know, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes.
You know? So we thank you. We thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as a release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
You know, I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but you know, it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
You know, I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
From National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Buka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I mean,
I know.
There's the extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord, your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's
business.
gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves. What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah, you're
stole
it's
something
illegal.
from- yeah.
And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway.
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Before we get into the final bizarre file of the year, I have a butt plug and 2 shirts to do. And Steve, you have a
Yes,
butt plug,
I do.
right?
Yeah.
All right, so this one says, "Hey guys, wrote back in May on behalf. My husband wrote back in May on my behalf when I injured my head in Manioc during the Sings Us Home event, and I remember that email. She said we had attempted to find the Good Samaritan who helped us. To say the least, the year's been crazy. Now, she said, I am writing once more. This is from Colleen Crank, by the way, to end 2024, but this time to ask for help for someone else who received a head injury. My good friend Jim, locally known as Grim, badly injured himself during War Hungry's set on the 15th at Underground Arts. It was a stage dive gone wrong.
Oh, man.
And she says the staff at UA and EMTs worked fast to make sure that he got to Jefferson Hospital safely, where he underwent emergency brain surgery. Jim was in the ICU from Sunday until this afternoon when he was miraculously discharged. He's seriously lucky to be alive, and I knew that he would be okay when he FaceTimed me and my husband on Tuesday and ended the call with Go Birds. She said, I began a GoFundMe for Jim on Tuesday, and I want to see if his GoFundMe could possibly be plugged. Jim will be out of work for at least until February. He has a son and a dog to worry about, along with rent and bills that will eventually be due, and the goal is $26,000. So I sent this over to Nick.
Yeah.
Do we have that posted yet?
We sure do.
All right. She said Jim is a big part of the Philly arts community, and it's really amazing to see people pull together for him in time of need. So we want to pass that information along, and it's on the community page of PrestonandSteve.com. Is there a charity event you wanted to hit?
It's an appearance by a guy who's very charitable. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right, so a guy named Cuckoo the Magician, I know him as Brandon, very charitable guy. He performed at the Mutiny on the Moshulu, and he is performing all around the area. He does a ton of charity work, and I'd like to reward them for their constant deal. He's actually doing an event at the Desmond, which is a great hotel and obviously restaurant. They do so much for prostate cancer, so I figured it'd be a nice marriage of both. He is performing on their New Year's Eve show, which is the 31st, and tickets are available. The website will be up on PrestonandSteve.com and my socials. But it sounds like a great evening. Live dance band, jazz band, private tasting for bourbons and tequilas. They're going to have a casino set up. All the stuff. The food is always incredible, but I got to tell you, he is a wild cartoon type guy. He's like a human cartoon, and he does a lot of good work for charities. And if you want to have a great time and spend some time, obviously at a terrific New Year's Eve bash with a great comedian and, again, human cartoon, that is this the Desmond. It is Malvern, the DoubleTree by Hilton. It is December 31st, and I'll have all the information up on my socials and on PrestonandSteve.com. Check them out. You'll have a great time.
Real quick email from someone named Savannah. She said that every year for Christmas, she said, my father donates where he can for those times of need. She sent this really long email about what they would do every year for helping people out. And she said she just wants to give a shout out. She said, I am forever grateful for this moment that I get to spend with my family, and I really feel my father just deserves a big thank you and acknowledgement for all that he does for those who deserve it most on Christmas. His name is Rush Hubschman, I guess is how you say that, Hubschman. And she said, I'm really proud to call a man like him my father. Merry Christmas. And here's your shout out from Savannah, Russ.
It's
and then
nice.
One last thing. This is an email I got from a former intern of ours. We used to call her Intern Rush. Donnie Benov.
She's great.
And she wanted to congratulate us on the camp out and the amounts raised. And she was there for the last year at the Metroplex. And she said, I remember when I was an intern in 2012, I was 19. You guys called me Intern Rush because I loved Rush and I spoke Russian. I'm now 31. Crazy. She said, firstly, I want to send a shout out to Steve. When a family member was diagnosed with prostate cancer a few years ago, I reached out to him and he recommended an oncologist and helped us navigate that. So a shout out to him. And lastly, she said, I want to shout out for myself. In the last 6 years, I've overcome aggressive breast cancer, a brain tumor, chronic illness, and the loss of my mother to leukemia. Through all of it, your show has kept me laughing and looking forward to each day's podcast. And I'm proud of myself for getting through all of it with the unwavering support of my friends and family. And I'll be finishing my Master in Public Health at Drexel in June.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she says, tomorrow, Tuesday, the 17th, so a couple days ago, is my first day as an oncology patient navigator at Jefferson Einstein Hospital. And I'll be working with cancer patients, using my own experiences to support them during the most challenging time of their lives. I'm so proud of myself and know 2025 will finally be my year. Thanks, and I miss all of you. Many hugs and many kisses. Best wishes from Donnie. So I thought that was awesome.
She's had a whole bunch lumped on her throughout the years, and to hear her doing as well as she is amazing. But I knew she would because she's got that kind of courage.
Yep. So thank you, Donnie, for reaching out, and best of luck in the new year. All right, we are now going to get to the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Worldwide Stereo. Give them goosebumps this holiday with a jaw-dropping home theater system or turntable and vinyl collection they'll love. And you can visit Worldwide Stereo Montgomeryville or online at worldwidestereo.com. So a street brawl between a Santa Claus and a Grinch performer in Mexico landed both on the naughty list after they fought over tips while posing for pictures with tourists.
Well, that is kind of a legendary battle.
It is.
Yeah.
According to witnesses, tensions flared when one performer noticed the other receiving more money, prompting a scuffle that drew a crowd and led the police to intervene.
Did they indicate which one was receiving more money? Who was winning in that battle?
It did, and I'm curious as to who that would be.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, obviously Santa is the favorite this time of year, but the Grinch has got a fan base.
By the way, if you stop and think about this story, it depends on where you catch the Grinch, because after the transformation, he's wonderful.
Yeah. A viral video showed the Grinch being handcuffed while Santa received medical aid before being detained.
So it's probably before the wonderful part.
Man. Santa Claus lent a helping hand to law enforcement on Sunday, detaining a car thief suspect in Jefferson County, Alabama. Deputies were tracking a stolen vehicle near a church when the driver fled into a wooded area.
I got this.
Retired Deputy Larry Williams, dressed as Santa while volunteering at the church, spotted the suspect trying to blend in with the crowd and held him until deputies arrived. According to the sheriff, Mark Petway, he said, "We need all the help we can get. Thank you, Santa, for the assist. Even Santa has our back when it comes to fighting crime."
Alabama!
All right, if somebody's going to buy it, somebody else is going to sell it. In Russia, some enterprising business people have taken to selling what they call snowman arms online.
Stop it.
That's great.
At a price point of just $50, you can own a pair for your very own. If you want to save a few bucks, however, you might consider just going into the local park and picking up a couple of twigs, which are precisely what these snowman arms are. Reportedly, Russian classified ads are being inundated with ads from people purporting to sell spare parts for snowmen, and they're making some money doing it. Footage has captured the moment a brawl broke out at Chicago Airport. The clip showed passengers aimlessly throwing punches and slapping each other with wet floor signs. The brawl featured 4 people, one man wearing a white shirt, 2 travelers in black, and a man sporting a blue shirt. The man
That would hurt.
in blue was wearing what looked like an ID badge. It's unknown what sparked the brawl, but footage showed 2 men squaring up before the tussle. The man in white was armed with a wet floor sign. He used the sign to land a blow to his rival's head before slapping the other traveler. By then, the man in blue, who crept up behind the armed passenger, seemed as if he was preparing to lash out. The man in the white shirt was hit on the back before being ganged up on by the other 3 men. And the brawl continued, with one man being hurled onto the floor. They ended up picking up the wet floor signs and smacking each other with them. Police confirmed that no one was arrested in the incident.
I mean, they're going at it.
Yeah, I mean, they're swinging hard. We're watching the video of it right now. And officials at the Chicago Department of Aviation refused to comment over this, so they're still trying to find out who they are and to arrest them as well. Passengers on an American Airlines flight from Dallas to Minneapolis experienced an unexpected flood when water began pouring from a leak in a rear restroom mid-flight. A viral TikTok video with over 7.2 million views captured the chaotic scene, showing water rushing down the aisle as passengers lifted their feet and scrambled to keep belongings dry.
If you look down the center aisle, you'll see the newly formed Pooh River.
Passenger Hillary Stewart said it was utter disbelief and little panic, realizing that they can't shut off the water. She described the situation as disgusting. The leak reportedly began after a passenger used the bathroom and alerted the crew, but the water couldn't be stopped. Social media users joked about the incident, one saying the in-flight movie was Titanic, and another one called the new Final Destination Fear. They ended up landing safely, and everybody was okay. A Royal Caribbean passenger who was reportedly drunk and unruly, attacking crew members, died shortly after being detained.
Yeah, I saw this footage.
Christopher McHale set sail to celebrate his birthday with his wife, with a dozen family and friends. Not even an hour outside of the port, an unruly cruise passenger started to terrorize other people on the boat. He said that the gentleman that was drunk said that he was going to kill us. He started chasing us down the hallway. Video showed the man, later identified by authorities as 35-year-old Michael Virgil, trying to kick down one of the doors in a fit of rage. Passengers say he attacked two crew members and attempted to kick down a door to try to get to one of the crew members. I was also seen spewing profanity and allegedly went on a racial tirade. McHale said, I was kind of scared over the whole thing. The cruise's security eventually placed him in custody using zip ties, handcuffs, bear or pepper spray, and his family said security injected Virgil with some sort of sedative. That's what the family says, and within an hour he died. The family of his said his enraged behavior is completely uncharacteristic of him. Royal Caribbean confirmed the passenger's death, and they issued a statement saying, we're saddened by the passing of one of our guests. We offered support to the family and are working with authorities on their investigation. So I'm curious as to what happened and how he ended up dying.
I think I asked this a lot, but I don't think I ever have a clear answer. Statistically, how many people, on average, die on cruise ships every year, like this?
We had a story, I think, earlier this year that touched on it. It's more than you think. Yep. All right, and then one story left, and then we will be done with it. All right, for some reason, I want to do this one.
All right.
This is in Florida.
Is this your last bizarre file story of the year?
Yeah.
Right.
This is in Florida, of course. A man was arrested Monday for allegedly stealing the Orange County mosquito control truck after abandoning his electric bike and driving off with the vehicle.
I've always wanted one of those.
Look what I got here, man. The truck was...
Look at you, mosquitoes!
The truck was stolen while the government employee left it running during routine mosquito checks. Deputies tracked the truck into Seminole County, where the suspect continued driving despite flat tires from stop sticks, eventually stopping. The man, whose identity has not been released, was arrested and faces felony grand theft charges as the investigation continues.
That was Mosquito Man.
And that'll wrap up the Bizarre File for the year, my friend. All right, we still have some things to give away and stuff to do, so we'll take a break. We'll return with the lesson question, the trash and music news. Stay with us.
Encourage you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black. So if you're going to release the fourth season, can you release the first three seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the third episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right. Anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork.
Try to extort Netflix!
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery.
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regularly. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you love that? I mean, such bullshit. But I'm sorry.
The filthy mouth.
Guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really, is there,
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God. Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No. Exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes.
That's
I saw that
coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show, but so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh.
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah. So she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never has never been on the show.
She's never been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media. Let her know.
Watch your mouth, you.
That fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting
so
worse.
I know. I'm so sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F-bomb.
Wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps on my chair, like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like, you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like, this is it.
Oh, we need a
So nice to see you.
taser.
Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say I'm here?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list,
Yes.
as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. There was the FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dumb buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh.
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to seed the world, I
Seed
guess.
the world?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yeah.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was an associate producer on that film, but I I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who's here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
Where's
From
she
Temple.
at?
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law
too.
and medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah,
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah,
right.
That's right.
You just want the kid to be like
Yeah.
okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No,
it seems like it's a life of. It seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
all
a
they
home
want.
run. Yeah,
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah, I have a so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to I'm telling you, I went to the doctor and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body.
Yeah.
I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
Gets to the first.
It caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No,
what's
it's
your?
diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
like, so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you
No,
have
I
to be
know.
awake?
Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
Oh, is
They
that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
like,
Most of the way down.
That's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right.
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And
Yeah.
it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you can.
They have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah. You can.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars and say no more babies.
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because.
I think other than the crying scene when Mickey dies, it's the most unintelligible Rocky gets in all of the moves.
Oh, I think you got that wrong.
Before that, we played a song called Some Kind of Way from the band Fat Mez, and that is our local shots artist. It's going to be playing MM Barbecue.
Yes.
Tickets went on sale 30 minutes ago.
Oh.
So they are officially on sale, and Rock is excited about them. Maybe he'll put those in your stocking.
He's a great stocking stuffer.
But you got to make sure that you buy your tickets now, and you can go to WMMR.com. All of the information is right there for you, friend. All right, lesson question time. And we are going to give away a pair of tickets to MMR Rock's Def Leppard. That show is going to be Saturday, June 28th at the Borgata Event Center, of course, in Atlantic City. And the question we will go with this morning is, when we had Justin Guarini on earlier, Steve said, top vocalists are drawn to what? 215-263, WMMR.
Oh, my God.
Quick little throwaway. Top vocalists are drawn to what? 215-263, WMMR. If you heard it and you know, call now. And while you call, we will do the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Helium Comedy Club, bringing the laughs to Philly for many years. Helium Comedy has the best comics of today and tomorrow, live every single week, and tickets and lineup at heliumcomedy.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kraven the Hunter now has the record for the worst opening for any Sony Marvel movie in history, taking in just $11 million across 3,200 theaters. Some theaters showing Kraven were reportedly so empty that even the projectors walked out. That's pretty bad. A broken foot did not stop Kim Kardashian from taking in a Billie Eilish concert, getting around on a mobility scooter. Kim described the scooter as a godsend, noting that it has a basket for bagels and such.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Rihanna requesting and receiving an autograph from Mariah Carey on her breast after taking in her Christmas concert. Rihanna returned the favor by carving the Fendi logo into Mariah's cooch. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we will see if we can find someone who knows the answer to the following lesson question. Top vocalists are drawn to what? And we are going to go to Chris and see if he or she knows the answer. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. All right, Chris. Top vocalists are drawn to what?
Other top vocalists.
Yes, top vocalists are drawn to top vocalists. Chris, hang on. You got tickets to see Def Leppard Saturday, June 28th at the Borgata Event Center in Atlantic City. Tickets are on sale now. TheBorgata.com for tickets and information. Before we get to music news, Nick has a point to make.
Steve, your joke about Kim Kardashian reminded me. I wanted to thank this guy on air. I posted, my mom broke her ankle a couple weeks ago, and she needed a scooter. I used to have the one with the bagels and such basket and the whole nine, and I paid it forward. I gave it away, and I don't know what I ended up doing it. So I was like, all right, I could use some help here. And I just went to Instagram, and this guy named Rich Harmelin responded, and Rich and his wife Joanna had a scooter. It turns out, A, they lived 5 minutes from my house. And, and B, they used to live in the house where I live now. They were two owners ago. Yes. So Rich responded to me on Instagram, couldn't have been a nicer guy, and donated the scooter so my mom can get around on the first floor.
That's awesome.
So thank you to Rich and thank you to Joanna for being such kind, decent people. And it's just in a weird coincidence, we lived at the same house at one point in our lives.
That's nuts.
Yeah, isn't
What
that
a
crazy?
coincidence. Yeah. All right. Very good. All right. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Wawa. They get you covered with a gift card for everyone on your shopping list, from Wawa gift cards to e-cards or a gift card from your favorite brand. Happy holidays from Wawa. We'll start with this unfortunate news. Bob Slim Dunlap, who joined the Replacements as lead guitarist in the late 1980s after the pioneering rock band fired founder Bob Stinton, passed away on Wednesday at his home in Minneapolis. He was 73. The cause was complications from a stroke that he had suffered back in 2012. Nicknamed Slim by Replacements frontman Paul Westerberg to avoid confusion with the guy he was replacing, the tall and gangly Dunlap played guitar on the Replacements' final two studio albums, 1989's Don't Tell a Soul, which spawned a #1 alternative rock radio hit in the I'll Be You, the chugging I'll Be You, which we're listening to right here, and its 1990 follow-up All Shook Down, which earned a Grammy nomination for alternative music performance. Dunlap's style drew out rootsy influence and Westerberg songwriting, as in the twangy Aiken to Be. After the replacement split up, Dunlap toured with Dan Baird of the Georgia Satellites and made a pair of solo albums that drew the admiration of Bruce Springsteen and Steve Earle, among others. So 73 years old.
I always like the replacements and Paul Westerberg, talented songwriter. So to hear about this.
The National Guitar Museum has named Alex Lifeson as the recipient of its 2024 Lifetime Achievement Award. Celebrated for his groundbreaking musicianship, Lifeson has been recognized for pushing the limits of guitar playing with catchy riffs, intricate passages, and brilliant tone, according to the National Guitar Museum Executive Director H.P. Newsquit. Lifeson shared his gratitude for the honor, reflecting, "I fell in love with the guitar when I was 11 years old and continue my romantic affair to this day, 60 years later. It has been my voice, my lover, and my partner on a lifelong journey."
So you're in a band with Neil Peart, right? And you are an exemplary guitarist.
Yeah.
Do you think he got the credit he deserved over the years?
No. But both Geddy and Alex kind of overshadowed him a little bit because they were such virtuosos in their instrument. But Alex is a beast.
Right. Yeah.
Alex is incredible. And unfortunately, you know, he had two other guys that took a little bit of the spotlight, but he's brilliant. He's one of the all-time greats in my personal opinion, and I think a lot of people as well. So he said, "We never had a single argument," talking about the guitar. "I'm grateful for this acknowledgement and fortunate to share the rewards that come with being a guitarist."
Where did you use the name Harmelin in one of your stories here?
I just did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I said the story about Rich Harmelin was the guy that used to live in my house.
Oh, okay. Never mind then, because I just got a text that part of Harmelin Media. Never mind. I thought it. Let's just go past this part and pretend like I never said anything.
That'll be when I realized he spoke out of turn.
That's all I want for Christmas, guys. Just forget that I ever said anything.
Santa, can you make everyone forget the things I've said?
It's a tall order, son. I'll try.
Thank you, Sam.
But I'm still working on those olive balls for you.
The olive balls. Chicken balls, technically.
Yeah. Wait, I saw
Chicken
Jackie
and
Bam
olive
Bam
balls.
post something about green salad balls.
Salad balls, yeah.
Salad balls. Yeah. All right, I'm moving on if that's
Thank you,
okay.
thank
All right,
you.
so Phil Collins is opening up about his music in the new documentary, Phil Collins, Drummer First. While drumming is a big focus of the documentary, it is also from the drumming-focused site, Drumeo, after all. But Phil also touches on his broader music career, including that he isn't a huge fan of his work in Genesis, apparently. He said, I'm not Genesis's biggest fan, you know. He said, there's stuff that I like, there's stuff I'm proud of, but also there's stuff less so. Sometimes it can be like people throwing bricks at you, he said. He does say, though, how he had a great time in the band, however. And I saw a video of drummers yesterday on Drumeo that were talking about Phil and a band that he was in that I was not familiar with, and it must have been pre-Genesis. It was something X.
Yes.
Do you remember the name?
I think it's X. I think that's
No, it's not X. It's something X.
Citizen X?
I think it's Citizen X. It might be that. But they were going on and on about how
progressive,
crazy progressive.
Yeah.
Like, Steve, we're talking Mahavishnu Orchestra.
So I've heard some of it.
Type of progressive, and that he is just a beast on that record. So that is something.
Is it Citizen X? Is that the full the name?
That I need to explore. Nick is looking up his
Citizen Dick.
Early career. No,
Oh, Touch Me, I'm Dick?
Touch Me, I'm Dick.
Those guys are huge in Belgium.
By
Wait,
Citizen
Brand X.
Dick.
Brand X. That's it.
Yeah.
Then that would be it. Yes. So Brand Dick. Is the
Yeah,
other
Brand Dick. Touch me, I'm Dick.
but anyhow, I'm excited to see this Phil
Compliment
Collins
for us.
documentary.
Compliment for you.
So their latest tour ended in October, and now it's time to get back to work. Lamb of God's John Campbell said in an interview, now it's time for us to catch our breath and start working on new stuff. He said, of course, it won't be soon. As Robin said, we definitely have a process, and then added, don't hold your breath because it's going to take some time. So good news for Lamb fans, but it may be a little while before you see some. And then one last thing, the MMRBQ tickets went on sale about 40 minutes ago. So get your tickets now in advance. Get right down front if you want, because the early bird gets the worm, obviously. If you want to buy tickets for a friend and you're looking for an economic way to go about it, the lawn seats are just $25 plus fees.
Yes.
All right.
Seats made out of grass.
Alice in Chains, 3 Days Grace, Mammoth, WVH, and Dorothy, along with Dead Poet Society, Octane, Return to Dust, and a local shots artist, Fat Mez. And I told you guys about my revelation last year. I went up onto the lawn. I have tinnitus. I have hearing issues. I went up on the lawn, and I didn't have to wear earplugs, and the mix was great. And it was wonderful up there.
There are definitely different schools of thought. There are people who want the lawn and the lawn only. They like the ability to sort of kick back a bit. Acoustically, I hadn't even considered that aspect of it.
I hadn't either. That's why it was a bit of a revelation for me. So, that might be, of interest to someone you know or yourself. So, early bird tickets, like I said, $25 plus fees while supplies last. Listen to WMMR all weekend for blocks of MMRBQ artists, and all the complete details at WMMR.com/MMRBQ, including another chance to win tickets.
Nice.
There you go. That's what I have in music news for you. One final break. We'll come back in a moment.
Rocks or crackers.
And candy bars. And does that work, by the way?
It works here.
Okay.
Boxes of crackers. Box of crackers and a box of candy bars.
All right, so we'll come back in a moment, and we'll wrap up the show, give away our Word of the Week prize.
We've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you as like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are?
I was going somewhere with this.
About that development.
And then Nick pulls off a mask and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case, because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make, as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks. Yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay, because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes.
He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God.
No, I mean, we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time. But yeah, I think I file in 27 states.
That's just crazy.
So. Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be playing
I can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Aha.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No. How would
if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
No, my ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Bunghole?
Kathy,
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Do you have is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc did.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything inside that
Don't
hole.
ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't. I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't.
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you see?
God.
Did you see a?
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we.
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's gonna go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is. I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa. Okay. You can get that for me.
All right. So anyhow, RedTube had revealed this. The most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit. Boy, old people are fun. I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We have we need some music out of like the 1940s
And some
jazz
jazz,
or something like that.
please, from my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that was not that bad. You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and all
right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Where to go with others?
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
is that that's not for all students? Is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this.
Right,
blah, blah,
right,
blah.
right.
I always used to get the delight. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
In case you weren't a delight.
Sixth grade was it. No, Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class?
I bet you what I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel. all
It's
right?
just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time, and I take my medication at a certain
Oh,
point.
my gosh.
Getting back to that or situation, excuse me. I did everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, you are. It's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. Like, and then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes.
Yeah. I think
friend of the show.
You have to be on like
yes.
3 times, and then you
Then you become a
become a friend of the show.
There should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
Ribbon,
something
like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There are these amazing,
the iconic, yep,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep, that was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean, 15 years, and we are all standing here laughing our asses off.
Oh,
God. We know every bit of that. We know it by heart, and it still just cracks me up, man.
Oh, Bill. Thank you, Bill.
When you start laughing in that.
And that's not even me being funny. That's Bill being funny.
Yeah.
And, oh, my God. Oh, my God.
10:54 on this Friday morning with the Preston and Steve show as we're getting ready to wrap things up. And Bill, God bless him, tried as best he could yesterday at the Christmas Miracle, but he didn't quite grasp things.
He got a little confused, but always from Bill comes gold. So you know he went from going completely the wrong direction to turning it around, and then he did great.
Yep. All right. Well, I want to take a moment to thank our guests today. We had Justin Guarini and his one of his best friends, Cole Simcox, were here, and there's an event. Cole's wife is dealing with a serious cancer issue. And so they have a fundraiser, and Justin is going to be singing there. It is at the historic Stonebrook Farm in Bucks County, and it's in Percy, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. That's the easiest way to do it, and there's a link to the information. You can either donate or you can go to the event, and Justin is a great singer.
He really is, man. Really is.
Just blows us away every time he comes in and performs, so it was nice having him here. Aries Spears.
Yeah.
And his buddy Andy Steinberg. They're performing at Helium Comedy Club. There's a whole bunch of shows. Tonight's completely sold out. Saturday is a 4 p.m. show that still has some tickets. On Sunday, they added a 9 p.m. show. and still some tickets available there. But that's about it. And we just went down a comic book and comic character rabbit hole and didn't get out of it. But it was fun for us, and it was nice having those guys by. And it's good to check in with Matt and Aliana Gomez from 6ABC this morning as well. Pierre Robert is here. Hey, man.
And Kathy loved the superhero.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't shut up. It was amazing. I mean, you couldn't get it. You guys couldn't get a word in.
No. Once she gets going, man.
There are times that we just have to let her shine.
I know.
That's
you
what we
got to do
did.
that.
Yep.
So, a good day. I brought.
You bought one of those?
I found this online.
It's
and
dripping.
I know. My whole life is dripping. It's a Santa leaning over with his bum exposed, and you press a button.
And it will blow bubbles out of his ass.
Does it work? Put it down, and it'll probably go better.
Yeah, maybe so. Sometimes those things you have to sit.
Yeah.
And there we go.
Yep.
The hell?
I didn't know it giggled like that.
Oh my!
Oh, that's great.
It's actually really great.
It's blowing bubbles. I mean, like rapid fire all over the studio. That's fantastic.
I was gonna bring it to you guys. And these are good for the equipment too.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
But
it actually kicks out a lot of bubbles.
That's phenomenal.
We didn't have the right bubble
Could
juice.
you point it that way?
I'm sorry. Let me send it Kathy.
There we go.
I'm all right with bubbles.
You love bubbles. Pretend I'm Lawrence Welk.
It's a lot of so many of those things won't work when you get them, but that works.
Yeah, I mean, I fall for these things. I'm sorry. I fall for these things, and then, of course, they come from some sweatshop in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Where the poor worker's making 20 cents an hour, and then you get them, and they fall apart.
I mean,
Right?
they're
If they work
literally
at all.
just garbage in a box.
But it's cute. It's Santa leaning over, and bubbles are coming out of his bum.
Yeah, that's
and he's
good.
got some music and a couple of, because of your fascination with all things excremental, I thought I was going to leave this in the studio, but today's your last day.
Oh, it's pretty wonderful.
Perfect, though.
Yeah,
I
love it.
It even makes a
fart
sharting
noise.
noise.
I don't know what the baby's for, though.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little kid cracking up at Santa blowing bubbles out his ass. I'm not
All right.
really sure.
That's it.
That's awesome. Thank
We
you,
love it.
Pierre.
Yeah, there it is.
By the way, my favorite decoration.
Thank you, Ryan.
I noticed inflatables are new this year.
We have we got one last year. We
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
It's easy to lose in
Okay.
the midst of the madness.
Yeah. And there is one. I think this is the first year where we have one item that could potentially cause a concussion because
Yes.
it is hanging low.
I
in
hit
the
it every time.
Me too.
Where
It's
is
low in the middle of the hall. It's right when you walk down this hallway.
Is it that silver
Yes.
tin globe
It's a
thing?
tin metal thing, and
Right.
it's right at eyeball level for me.
I'm sorry. So, I try to tell the elves to not do that, to put the hanging stuff on the side, but it doesn't always quite work properly.
It's all good. Today's our last day, so we'll be all right.
We don't care.
But it'll be here when you come back.
Yes.
Yeah, for a little bit.
That's the only reason we want to come back.
That's when we'll
I know.
rip it
To
down.
collide with
Gives
that.
you a reason to come back. It's like a candle in the window, right? All right.
Exactly how I
There
would
you go.
describe it. Yeah. All right, you want to do the letter of the day?
Let's do that.
All right, let's fire it up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Santa Fe.
All right.
Yes.
I love it. And we'll take caller number 7, which starts with an S. 215-263 WMMR. You had to know the word. We got 5 letters. What word is at 215-263 WMMR? Call right now, and let's see if you can win this cool New Year's Eve prize package that we have to give away. When is your last day before you take a break at the end of the year?
So I think the rest of the staff will work Monday and Tuesday.
Okay.
So Tuesday, is it a best of Tuesday or is it a...
Yeah, we're off next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Tuesday, there'll, I guess, be a best of, and then me, and then me and Ryan, and then Brent will come in. I'll probably go a little late into the 4 o'clock hour. Brent will come in. He wants to do a heavy metal Christmas between 4 and 7. And then Jackie does his Santa Tracker show.
That's what I was going to ask.
From
Okay.
7 till midnight.
You have to do that. How do you know where he is if you don't have
What
Jackie?
night is it? That's New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve?
Christmas Eve day into Christmas Eve.
I wonder, and he always has Larkin Poe call in for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He takes whatever tape he can get and regurgitates it because they're going to go record shopping with him.
Yeah.
He has an ID from them that says, well, next time we come to Philly, we're going record shopping. He wrote out to them, say, next time we come to Philly, we're going record shopping with Jackie.
Funny. I love it.
They may very well have gone record shopping with him because he's fun to go with anywhere. But
All right, so that's the MMR lineup. All right, very good.
Yeah.
What's
Lots
up on
of
your
stuff.
show today?
Well, because the big barbecue is on sale now, right?
Yes,
It's
now.
on sale. So we're going to do a big block of barbecue artists throughout the whole workforce blocks today. There's so many fun ones to get to. You've covered a few already. And so we'll do that. And then we'll get a Christmas block in. And tomorrow's the first day of winter. So I think we'll get a winter block in over the course of the program. So it should be action-packed.
Nice.
Sounds good. We're going to go to our
Don't
phones.
leave.
See if, no, we're not. We're going to our phones, and we're going to see if we can get a winner. And it was caller number 7 we're looking for, so it's Josie that's on the line. Hi, Josie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Josie, do you know our word of the week?
It is bliss.
Great day in the morning.
Bliss is correct. Josie, we got you taken care of for New Year's Eve. You're at a big, big party. 4-pack of tickets for the biggest New Year's Eve party in the city, December 31st, obviously, at Xfinity Live. And that includes all-inclusive food and bar package.
Wow.
Live performance by Go-Go Gadget, multiple DJs, karaoke, silent disco, bull riding, midnight celebration, and more. So congratulations to you, Josie.
Thank you. All
right, hang on the line.
Merry Christmas.
And Merry Christmas to you. We'll get your information. Tickets are on sale now for that event at xfinitylive.com. You can get all of the information. So Casey wrote down a note and said, why is Chuck in the
Why is
studio?
Chuck in here? Did you want to say something?
You're just here to clean up the bubbles.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Chuck D'Amico, our program director.
Well, I thought you
WMR.
guys maybe might want to say something nice to me.
Yeah.
Since it's the end of.
Well, happy birthday tomorrow.
Oh, is it
thank
your
you.
birthday? Oh, happy birthday.
And that is all I have
See,
to say
the
about
program director, what listeners have to understand, is essentially the father figure.
Yeah.
So the program director distributes love and discipline, and sometimes unequal amounts, depending on which program director you get. And or also have to agree when they take the gig to be subject of taunting by this morning program. Everyone
or any and all programs.
Yeah.
No, listen. Great year. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you all.
Your
so
first
much.
year as PD here.
Yeah, thank you. Really incredible. Amazing year, and I know you guys like to wrap things up and get out for the holiday, but I just wanted to be here and tell you thank you for
awesome
for a killer
Likewise
first year.
back to you.
Chuck.
Yeah.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think things are looking even better. We're going to go into a new year, and there's a whole bunch of stuff on the schedule. We're very excited.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, Chuck D'Amico. And I want to thank our sponsors, the Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles, and also by Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, plus Family and Company Jewelers. You can check off your whole list with One Stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination, familyjewelers.com. I really haven't planned anything to say. I'm too damn tired for that.
Just fart.
I could just Santa, if you will. No, but we're looking forward to a nice break, and we're looking forward to next year as well. We came off the last couple of live broadcasts have been so much fun, and we've really enjoyed them. We put a lot of work into them, and you obviously came through on a number of levels for that. And thank you to our MMR family for a wonderful year, and that includes a whole lot of people that we don't have time to go through right now.
Because it begins and ends with you.
Yeah.
And we are forever grateful for you supporting the show and the station and giving us all livelihoods and memories. And there's just so much that we could never repay you for.
Yep. So have yourself a safe, wonderful, fun holiday season, and we'll all chat and hang out in the new year.
Yes.
We're looking forward to that, too. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great time. We'll leave you with some Charlie Brown.
Lights, please.